Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone can hear me, and welcome to Live at 8 with Rick, the live stream of the original, and I do mean the original carnivore quack, the only one that you could see every Saturday morning at any time, unless, of course, we have an EMP event, the internet goes down, or we have a major hurricane, which, thanks to our rainy season restarting, looks like we will not have, at least for a few weeks now. Obviously, I was a bit worried because we went the entire week without rain. But yesterday it came, and boy did the rain come. So I've had to turn my home, which is already overstuffed, into a home of the scavenger at work. Now, again, I don't see anybody complaining they can't hear me. Let me give you a glimpse of what I'm dealing with here. Hold on, I have to switch scenes. There we go. Oh. Okay, if you saw that, then you realize I'm putting together all the lights that I got from the dumpster over there at the school that they've been throwing away. And I've been able to assemble a few good ones, thanks to the fact that these things are made out of steel. And even though they get bent and banged up, it's pretty easy to straighten them out with a good old hammer and dolly. And when you're an old car guy like me, you get very familiar with popping out dents. Now, metal is affected by entropy, so I've had some pieces that broke. If I can find them. They're around here somewhere. Metal can get fatigued, it can get stretched out, and it can definitely break. Now let me see, let me check my audio over here on the other screen and see if I hear myself. This is it broke? Metal can get fatigued, it can get stretched out. Okay, so maybe we're a little bit high on the audio here. We can turn that down a bit. Not too much, okay. Maybe that's a good spot right there. All right, so as you probably noticed, when I posted the link last night, something went wrong. I'm not sure what happened, but around 8 o'clock last night, I put up the link for a Live at 8 with Rick. And I guess it didn't take because I got up this morning and I turned on the computer. I'm thinking, well, who's made a comment? Like, where's my live stream? It's not there. So I had to redo it. No big deal. But anyway, yeah, it looks like we have 24 people right now, which is really good. I have to admit, I'm shocked that anyone would spend their morning watching a quack like me when there's so many other YouTubers out there that you can give your time to that don't have chronic sinus issues and that aren't crazy. But the fact that you're here means that you're one of the best in this community. And I'm glad that you're here. I think most of us are carnivores, but if you have any vegans here, remember you are also welcome, because even though I am a carnivore, I do have some great gardening tips, and I can help you with your ferments if you're one of the vegans, but that's okay. So anyway, let me go to the most important part of this live stream, and that is the comments. So let me adjust my camera. All right. And there we go. And Sandy Blythe is the first one on the comments and says, about time you put this up. I was like, oh no. Well, thankfully, it worked. And Smoothie 420, right, here are the beginnings of a quacktastic Saturday. Good morning, everyone. And good morning from Rick. And Paulo Rodriguez, almost there. How are you doing, Rick? Well, I'm okay so far. I haven't had my heart attack yet, but it's only a matter of time. Maybe people were worried. They didn't see my live stream link. They thought maybe Rick had a heart attack and was on his way to the morgue. But no, I haven't had my heart attack, even though I did a lot of bike riding yesterday. I am still here. I'm going to do more bike riding today. I'm doing everything I can to try to get that heart attack. You know, my blood pressure is already a little bit low, so we got to raise that blood pressure. We need to eat more fatty meat. And actually, I ate dumpster chicken, thinking maybe that would help. And then you got to get on that bicycle and ride as much as you can. You got to hit the dumpster and bend over the side of the dumpster and pick all this stuff out of it and put it in the van, then load it from the van into the yard, then go in the yard and restack it, then use the screw gun and all the other tools to take it apart. Plus, you have to do all your regular work. So you got to work really hard. So that way when the heart attack does come, it will be a massive ending heart attack. Let's put it that way. And Lady June says, hello, everyone. And Terry Sue says, good morning, Rick. Rick says, good morning as well. And our regular Brian Fly Fisherman Dish says, good morning, everyone. And says hello to everybody else. And we have the hellos going. And Terry Sue says, here we go. Going to make my coffee. Well, I hope your coffee is brewing deliciously. And you can enjoy your coffee as you listen to me, the Quack. And Father of United Carnivore says, good morning, Rick, and all from beautiful Melbourne, Florida, which is also the home of our friend Mitch. And we know that Mitch Weiss is a regular in the morning, and we're very happy that he was able to adjust his schedule. So at this time, well, he never gets done in an hour, but maybe an hour and a half, that's fine. And he can go outside, go for a walk. He looks great out there walking. He's pushing his walker along like, well, it's getting in his way. But as a smart man and a man of reality and practicality, he knows that having that walker there is really important, because when you get far away from home and you lose your balance, the only other option is to fall, which is not something he wants to do. So he's going to push that walker along, and if he has to use it until the day that he does expire, that's fine, because it doesn't stop him. And in fact, I think it provides a little mounting point for the camera, so there's actually an advantage to it. And don't we all enjoy watching Mitch's videos where he goes outside? Because outside is where we should be now. Right now it's sunny outside. I could be outside, but I'm going to be in here with you because Live at 8 with Rick has become sort of a tradition. I've been doing it all year. I started at the end of last year, and I'm going to continue doing it until I can't. Now, I will, hopefully, in November, be at the Hack Your Health conference, and I will try to do something from there if I can find some Wi-Fi, but that may be the one time there is no Live at 8 with Rick. There's also an upcoming ham radio flea market, so Live at 8 with Rick, that would be also, I believe, in November, and there is the flea market that goes on at the church down the street. So I may have to cut some of my November live streams or move them to later in the day. So there may be a few days where Live at 8 with Rick doesn't happen. But again, until then, we're good. As long as I can afford the internet, we're good. Okay, so we have some more hellos, and let's see if I can get this to work. There we go. The computer's working very nicely today. I'm impressed. And Smoothie 420 says, good morning, Rick and Milton. Milton, he left. I don't know what it is about him. He was sitting on top of the old printer, looking down at me. And then when the live stream started, he disappeared. I think he gets bored with me, so he goes to the bed to fall asleep, and then he'll come in. And here is Aaron, Booby Goats. Good morning, everyone, and good morning from Rick. I haven't seen your videos lately. I don't know if YouTube's just not recommending them or if I've been so busy, but I'll have to look for them. Greetings from Tampa Bay, United Carnivore. Well, there you go. Another Floridian. And we're ready to go. And she says, we be jamming. That's right. That's the music that I put with the slideshows. And we have the good mornings. And I was listening to one of your vids in my sleep and had a dream. And you were all in my house. It was chaotic and hilarious. That sounds like something that could happen. And United Carnivore has a question. Hey, Rick, are you still planning on attending Hack Your Health in Tampa in November? Yes, because Russ, I guess, and several of my subscribers made it possible so I could get ticket for it. And also there's supposed to be provision where I can stay there. So I'm trusting everyone that will make it work. If it doesn't work, I guess I'll be driving back the same day. But yes, as far as I know, I will be there. I think it's the 19th. I don't remember, but it's in November, which is not the rainy season, which means I can leave my house for 3 days and it won't collapse because it won't rain. Now, I did change one of the tarps. I haven't changed the other one yet, but hopefully I will. By that time, it should be safe. The only thing I have to worry about is Mr. Milton, and I'm trying to find a way that I could build a feeder for Milton so he could stay here for 3 days. Now, when I come back, I open the door, he may turn into Mr. Hyde from Dr. Jekyll. So I'm not looking forward to that, but I'm not taking him with me. He'll have to stay here. I'm sure Milton can be fine. If Dr. Kiltz can fast for 2 weeks and Dr. Nelson can fast for 3 weeks, I'm sure if the feeder breaks, Milton can still survive. He'll have plenty of water. At the very least, if he tips his water over, he can still go to the toilet and get water from there. So he'll survive. Cats are tough. And Josephine C. says, howdy, quackers. And I say howdy back. And Carnivore Whisperer, rocking with Rick. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I've seen some of your videos, so you're definitely active on YouTube. Keep it up. That's what we need to do. We need to let people know that we haven't died of the heart attack yet. And Rockin' Keto Amy is here. There we go. One of the rising stars in the carnivore community. That's fantastic that you are here. Her channel's entertaining. And she's got a microphone that looks like a coffee cup that people have said. So interesting. Everyone has their little thing there. And let's see, Chicken Peck of your head, Terry. I can tell you stories about chicken, but I'll do that in a little bit. And we got some good mornings. All right, we got all kinds of good mornings here. I just skipped through the ones that don't refer to me. Yes, we can hear you. That's great. And Josephine C., morning, Rick Quackman. Good morning. Live at 5 for me. Well, that's the time difference. You must be out there in the Midwest. Let's see. 6, 7, 8. That'd be California or somewhere out west. Okay, we got some hellos here. And all my beautiful friends are here. That's the whole idea. And how is the Black Panther doing? Well, as I said, he was here, but he must have gone to the bed to fall asleep. I'm sure he'll come back. I fed him some meat this morning. I gave him raw pork, and he's gone to sleep. Pork shoulder is on sale for 69 cents a pound at Winn-Dixie, so we'll be eating that for a bit. And hi, Rick. Hi, all Quack team. There you go. We in the Quack Pack, we are always ready to go. And where in the world? Okay, here we go. We got some duck symbols there, and Brian saying hello and thumbs up to everyone. Lizzie is here. Good morning. And it's already afternoon in Europe. Well, there you go. I know you're at least 5 hours ahead of me. Yeah, so. And morning, Lizzie. There we go. And Carnivore Whisperer. Milton got in my face with cat hair. So my skin usually has lard on it from eating. So the cat hair stuck to me. So now I got this itchy fur that I have to try to get off of me. I may have to wash my face. The problem is I ran out of soap. So I'm going to have to brew up another batch of soap. I got everything I need. I just haven't had the time to do it. I've been using a really small piece of soap to take a bath. The last couple days I said, I got to make soap. I got really busy. So I don't want to have to go to the store and try to buy soap. Who knows what they put in that stuff? I mean, I could go to the Dollar Tree and get some of their mystery soap, but it'd probably irritate me to no end. But anyway, so you have to forgive me for trying to get the cat hair out, because Milton has a really bad habit of putting his head right in my face and being all cuddly and lovable, and he won't stop. So, but that's just one of the side effects of having a pet. And Ricky Lee, good morning, Quackers. And I see you send me all kinds of videos, links. I can only watch so many of them, but I do catch them. I sent you back a link of a very interesting video about sugarcane and the sugar industry. And you probably saw one of my short videos a few weeks ago. I was talking about sugarcane. Well, somebody actually made a detailed video on how the sugar industry actually changed civilization, and not for the better. I think most agricultural products have led to the enslavement and the exploitation of people. The only one that hasn't, believe it or not, is animal products, because animal products generally came from the hunter-gatherer societies. And being able, for example, like in the shepherds, they mention in the Bible, where they have their sheep, and you have people that have cattle. Animal agriculture actually has made people more wealthy, whereas now plant agriculture makes certain people wealthy, the landowners and the people that they control others. But those, when they had the free range, those that had animals, that herd was actually a form of wealth. And the great thing about animals, they don't expire. For example, sugarcane, after you cut it, it needs to be processed within hours or it begins to ferment and decompose and it's no longer usable. So you have to work people like animals to try to get them to cut the cane, boil the cane, and process it. So if you want to look at that, I may link it in my community page. It's kind of interesting because even though we're mostly carnivores here, I have to stress, one of the reasons I started the diet was a protest against exploitation of workers. And I've always found that these sort of crops, these plant crops, led to a lowered living standard. You can look at Egypt and what they went through with the wheat and the other grains that they raised. And you can see the effect that it had even on the leaders. It made them overweight and unhealthy. So that's the one thing that not too many of the carnivore channels talk about. All right, let's get back to the chat over here. So we have some hellos that are going on, and I got some good mornings, and we're just going to step through here. And Sandy Blythe says only 10 likes. That is a good point. Mine only shows 2, but mine doesn't update. If you haven't clicked like already, make sure you do, because that'll help other people see this. And we already have 41, which is actually pretty good. If this was Mitch's channel, it'd be over 100. But I've gotten up to 60, and I think it will improve over time. I think I'm an acquired taste. The average person isn't going to want to watch me. But then again, that's fine. Okay, so we have here, person who lived in my house was a wind talker and ham radio expert. He was Indian and could talk the codes from World War II. Okay, we took the radio tower down that was in the backyard, but I grew up next door, so I knew him and his wife. Cool story. I don't know why. I guess you took down the radio tower because you didn't want to see that. Show us how you fry plantains, Rick. I haven't had any, but it's very simple. You just cut them the way you want. You can cut them in slices, or you can push them through a French fry cutter. You get some beef tallow, put it in a pot, heat it up until it's melted, and you put in your plantain pieces, and when they start to sizzle, it's ready to fry. Dump it all in there, and then just fry to your taste. Now, I hate potatoes, and honestly, I hate French fries. Every time that I've tasted one from a restaurant, I spit it out because it's absolutely disgusting. They always tend to be burned, don't taste good. But my heart attack fries that are made from plantains are actually good. And all the people I know that love French fries prefer Rick's heart attack fries. And speaking of plant material, I got one for you. This is the first one of the season. Do you know what this is? This is an avocado. This is a seed-grown avocado that I've had for over 40 years, something that we planted when I was a kid. It's a pear shape. I'm not sure exactly, what variety it is. It's already soft. I'm giving it to my avocado-loving friends. They line up for these. These are extremely awesome. It's sad that I hate avocados, but my friends love it, so they will be coming to get their box of delicious avocados. Now, that is the first one from that tree. That will start to ripen. Over the next few weeks, there will be lots of avocados. Wind Talker, that's, from what I remember, they used their language. It was almost like a code that the enemy couldn't figure out. So that's what it was. You answered that, yes. And we got Mudbone Larry says, good morning, everyone. And I say good morning from Rick the Quack. All right. Let's see. Yeah. American Indians who talk code. Exactly. Is Rick living alone? Yes, I live alone. Well, I don't really live alone. I have Milton, my kitty cat. And I got hello. Hi, Larry. Quack Jr. is here. Hello, Rick and the Quack Pack. Well, we have Peter always. where there's one quack, there are others. And hopefully Peter has recovered from, the relationship status as he's had, or he's still probably thinking about it, but he'll find another one. It's only a matter of time. And Brian, Fly Fisherman Dish, is saying good morning to Bacon Baby. And Ricky Lee says, I planned on a fast, but the Vicania was begging me to cook it. Never had one, and wow, it's really good. Yes. I hadn't had one for a long time until one of my wonderful subscribers sent me a load of meat a few weeks ago, and I was able to enjoy it. It was very, very nice. It's a flavorful and fatty cut. It's, I think, called a sirloin cap, I believe is what it really is called, but it's actually quite good. Very, very tasty. Oh, I love beef. I haven't had much beef lately, but when I do get it, it's really good. So we got a bunch of hellos going back and forth, and that's the great thing about this channel. Everyone says hello to each other because we're not a family, but we're almost like some kind of brother or sisterhood around here. That's what the Quack Pack is all about. Now, where do you get the name Quack Pack from? Well, I'm a big fan of the 1950s, and in Las Vegas, they had what they called the Rat Pack, which was Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis Jr., and who was the one that was always pretending like he's drunk? I can't remember his name, but Dean Martin, I think it is. Yeah. So that was the Rat Pack. Well, the Quack Pack, well, we're just a bunch of quacks over here, so I call it the Quack Pack, just like they have Mitch Fits. So let's see, all right, full day, 3-day fast. Okay. Well, when you feel up to it, go for it. If you can handle the fasting, go for it. I think for the people that sit around or that work from a desk, the fasting really could have a lot of benefits. If you're like me and you work outside constantly physically and you're skinny, I don't think the fast is a great idea. You don't want to look like somebody from a concentration camp. But on the other hand, somebody that has a bunch of extra body fat might be a great reset. I think the fasting is also good for people that have digestive issues. Might be an excellent reset. Okay, why are my comments not coming up? There we go. All right, and Peter's saying hi to everyone. Quack Pack assemble. There we go. I see all the ducks and the kitty cat. Don't forget the kitty cat because the kitty cat is part of the Quack Pack. Delicious fatty coffee. There you go. Talking about fasting, I did fast for 9 days, not even knowing how. Just didn't feel like eating. Ended the fast because it was about to spoil some meat. Yeah, there you go. Don't let your meat rot in the refrigerator. Scrub-a-dub-dub. I'm so thankful for a 3-day weekend. There you go. Week at work was taxing. Well, Amy, you work from home through a computer, don't you? Or do you actually go to a location? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how anybody could, get a job where they work from home. I get called all over the place. That's the problem. So Milton will survive a few days of fasting. I'm sure he will if he has to. Believe a vaccine, Rick. Yes, I am. I believe the vaccines can be valuable when used under the right circumstances. They can be used to prevent certain diseases, and when properly administered and properly prepared, they are a lifesaver. I also believe that vaccines are abused, and in some cases, they can actually be a bad thing. It's like when we had the last virus. Everyone was pushing the vaccine. I already had the virus, and they're pushing a vaccine. I'm like, no, I've already had the virus. What is the vaccine going to do? It's just going to weaken my immune system. So, again, it's like anything else. There's no right or wrong. There's always an in-between. Even toxic poisons from plants can be used to help you. In fact, think about it. There are plant toxins that act as antibiotics and anti-parasite. You can use it. It all comes down to how it's used and where it's used. That's the thing. It's like fire. Fire is great to cook a steak. It's bad to burn your house down. Yes, you went to Winn-Dixie, didn't you? There's a limit of 2. I bought a pork shoulder roast yesterday for 69 cents a pound. Cost $5, and it's so much delicious meat. And the best thing about those pork shoulders, they're loaded with fat. Pork chops are okay, but that pork shoulder is so good. You can roast it, or you can do what I do. I just stew it or boil it, and it's loaded with fat and collagen. It's just, wow. It's an amazing meal. And I have to admit, I like pork shoulder better than beef, believe it or not. I'd rather have a delicious, fatty pork shoulder than something like filet mignon or ribeye. I do like my T-bones, though. When it comes to beef, I prefer the beef to be tough, like a top round, because there's more flavor, and I like that whole chewing thing. That's really, really good. Okay, I am smoking two picanhas, pork belly tomorrow for the kickoff of Notre Dame versus Miami, Catholics versus convicts. Well, Miami, University of Miami, is a disaster. I have a friend of mine that's a massive Hurricanes fan. They used to do really well, but now they do terrible. But I don't understand the whole sports thing. I find it extremely boring. I would rather go to the dump or pick something out of a dumpster than watch sports. There's more excitement in dumpster picking than there is in sitting in front of a TV. Watching people that you will never meet in a game that you will never play, I don't understand it. Started to watch it this morning, Rick. Interesting. Yeah. Check that Sugar movie out. Very interesting. Amy, that sounds great. All right. Seems like you like picanha. Well, that's like Christy Meeting Wellness. I call her the picanha lady. I haven't seen too many videos from her either. She was one of the ones that made Heart Attack Chicken, just like Rockin' Keto Amy, who also has conquered the heart attack factor. Woke up with a lack of coffee headache this morning. Fought off the urge to take 4 ibuprofen. I'm really fortunate. The last time I got really bad headache was earlier this year when I had the flu. And I have to admit that the only time I had chronic headaches is when I tried plant-based, which is probably, I look back on the past like all of us do. I think 93 was a better year than now because there was still more of old Miami left. But I really wouldn't want to go back to that. I was actually thinking about it a few days ago, how bad I felt eating plant-based. It was awful. And it really makes me mad because I see some of these vegan channels. One of the people that really aggravates me is this kind of annoying person that calls himself Michelle the Vegan or MIC the Vegan. This man or woman or whatever that thing is, just aggravating. And he's, vegan, he laughs all the time because he thinks that everything is great vegan. And I think the last one he was trying to show people that you can gain muscle on the vegan diet. I'm like, okay, whatever. That's like I could go boating and shoot holes in the boat. I can keep floating as long as I keep bailing out the water. I could go on a vegan diet and take 1 million supplements and probably do okay. And then the other one that bothers me, there's a guy named Chris McCaskill who supposedly cured his cancer with the vegan diet. His YouTube channel is called Plant Choppers, or used to be called Plant Choppers. Now it's called Viva Longevity. And he's always bringing examples of people that have lived a long time on the plant-based diet. And again, he's not annoying in the way that Mick the Vegan is. He's more like appeal to authority. And that really bothers me because when my dad was really into that plant-based crap and his life just went down the drain towards the end. My dad got weak and sick and it was really bad. Had terrible skin condition, itching and cold all the time. And I told my dad, I said, Dad, eat a steak. Oh, I don't want to. I don't like it. Eat a steak. That's what I'm going to do. When I'm old and I'm ready to kick the bucket, I'm going to be over there having a delicious steak with a big fat Muscovy duck cooked in beef tallow or its own fat. And I'm going to keep eating that stuff until my heart just seizes up. And that's it. And I'm dead. And I drop dead and that's it. I don't want anybody to have to change my diaper or try to help me get out of a chair. I want to be able to do what I need to until days before I kick the bucket. In fact, I would be happier if I kicked the bucket while I was building something. Maybe I was out there welding or building an engine or doing something. I don't want to be one of those people that's in the nursing home or somebody has to take care of them. Because I took care of my parents for years. 10 years of my life went between taking care of dad and mom. And watching people degrade like that, I can't deal with it. And both of them became anemic in their old age. So I'm thinking, I'll just load up with meat. That way I'll get a heart attack and I'll never be anemic. And Sandy Blythe says, my grandpa grew sugarcane and big sunflowers in garden. Well, there you go. I like sugar cane because the ducks, they love that stuff. They love to eat the leaves off of it. They eat the shoots. And also sugar cane is what they used to make insulating board out of. All the old ceiling tiles we had were made out of sugar cane, and they held up really well. So, you know, and there's uses for it. And I know some people, they like rum. Well, that comes from sugar cane. I don't drink alcohol. You have one of those Catholics versus convicts t-shirts. That's funny. Please like 41 here. Well, we have 43 according to mine. Let's see how many people we can get. All right, let's see. Ever since Dr. Baker put that short out with a list of meds that cause permanent damage to the liver, I've cut back on ibuprofen. Well, there you go. That's good. Not the original shirts, but Barstool Sports made new ones, and I ordered them. Okay. Good morning. Hey, CB Carmack is here. There we go. And Kitchen Witch is here. All right. I don't know why sometimes this thing starts getting backed up. There we go. I love potatoes. I don't know how anybody could love potatoes, but if you do, whatever. I might pork. Yeah. I bought thick size ribeyes for $7.99 a pound. Okay. I've got a lot of 78 cents a pound chicken, so I may not have room. Well, I got chicken for 0 cents a pound a couple of days ago. I was digging through the dumpster at Presidente, and they threw out a bag of chicken. And when I cut it open, it smelled a little bit sulfur, but it wasn't too bad. So I took it home and I washed it off with water, and then it smelled okay. It wasn't discolored, so I go, okay. And I cooked it. And what was it, Thursday night, I had some of it, and I had the rest of it yesterday. So in 2 meals, I knocked out 10 pounds of chicken legs. I call it dumpster chicken. You probably saw the videos I put in there. Very, very tasty. And I did not get sick. So that's good. I've eaten a lot of dumpster meat. Squash? I don't have squash. But that was an avocado. Yep. It's a Godzilla avocado. There you go. That's the kind of stuff we grow around here. The other ones are about the size of a football. They're huge. Florida always grew the best avocados in the world. The problem is that once the developer came in, they decided that building apartment buildings was more important than having avocados. And if I had a choice between avocado groves and apartment buildings, I would have avocado groves. My friend Tom, who has Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm, he raises avocados. I consider him the master of avocados. And that's great. Have you ever tasted one of, oh boy, your homegrown avocados? Yes. There's only one variety of avocado. I can eat 2 bites before I get sick. I hate avocados. I absolutely hate avocados. Wiping the sleepers out of my eyes. It's 7 a.m. here. Well, you're an hour behind. Rick works for and lives with his couch manager, Milton. Yes. Yes, I do. All right. And let's see. Yeah. Also called Colette. Quack. Yes. Bacon Baby. Quack. And that's the other one I was thinking about. Joey Bishop. That is correct. From the Quack Pack. I mean, not the Quack Pack. The Rat Pack. The Quack Pack has all the people you see here. The Quack Pack is much larger. And the Mitch Fitz and the Quack Pack are basically the same group. So that's really good. And Quack Pack is a fitting term. Well, you have to remember that every one of us is a quack. Even though we don't eat duck food, we're still quacks. All right, let's see. I just found out the other day my local rancher farmer will let me order picanhas from them. I can't wait to see the difference. Well, Brian, let us know. I'm curious. Going okay. Work keeps me very busy. And let's see. Morning. All right. And Meat Addict says good morning. Haven't seen any videos from you either. I guess YouTube is just not recommending them or you're not making them. But good morning. Tourist traffic was madness here yesterday, coming up from the valley to camp. It's so hot here. There will be a lot of sunburned peeps driving back home. People come to Florida to sacrifice their skin to the sun. I normally work from home. The last few customers flew in from all over the country. So I had to go in office all week and give software presentations. Had to be on my best behavior. Well, I'm sure you did fine. especially since you get plenty of practice on YouTube talking to people. All right, you're a good speaker. Yes, exactly. Do you use coconut oil for your meat? No, I do not. I use coconut oil to make soap occasionally, but I do not use coconut oil on meat. I use the fat of the meat for cooking meat, but I never use coconut oil for that. I used to use coconut oil to cook shrimp for my mom because she didn't like lard or tallow. So when I would fry the shrimp, which I covered with pork rinds, don't tell her that, of course she's no longer around, but I'd cook it in coconut oil, and that way it give it a delicious coconut flavor that my mom liked. But for me, I find the coconut oil soap is actually good because instead of smelling like raw ground beef like I usually do, I'll smell like coconuts. And people say, "Oh, you smell good. What is that?" I said, "Coconut soap." "Oh, can I have some?" "Here, have some." Like, wow, this is great. You should market this. Well, I only have 4 coconut trees, and I can't make enough soap. And the other thing, too, is that the fat is still, it's coconut, but I'm using wood ashes and coconut. It's kind of a creamy soap. The only way that you can make the soap harder is by putting salt in it. But it works. All right. I woke up with a headache. I was dehydrated. Drink lots of water, and it'll more likely go away soon. Yes, yes. That is true. Okay. All right. Must have been hard for you. That is the best behavior. Made a chicken dish. She said the heart attack chicken better. She used those words. At least everyone, no matter what they eat, loves Rick's heart attack chicken. My heart attack chicken is a crowd pleaser. There is no better chicken than Rick's heart attack chicken because it is the only chicken you can make with no ingredients, or you can make it with all the ingredients you want. But either way, it's going to be the most delicious chicken you've ever put in your mouth. I'm at home now and I can act a fool. Well, there you go. And Mark Harmon is here. How you doing? I wish you'd make some YouTube videos. Great person in the carnivore community, and I'm glad that you're here watching my live stream. It's a distraction, okay? Sorry, not the veg people. Oh, well, I eat a heart attack chicken. I eat heart attack chicken almost once a week now. It is addictive. I have it almost every day. When chicken's on sale, I won't have it today because I'm going to hit that pork shoulder, but yeah. Well, inside a dumpster, watch out. So even better. Okay. I guess you're doing some cleanup, huh? All right. If apocalypse comes, Rick, and there is no meat, would you eat veg and fruit just to survive? Yes, I would. That's why I'm trying to figure out what vegetables and fruit I can eat without getting sick. I can eat fruit from my yard. It doesn't bother me. But when it comes to vegetables, there is no raw vegetable that I can eat that doesn't make me sick because even lettuce will give me diarrhea. Now, in order to make vegetables edible, I can eat cabbage and banana flowers by fermenting them. So fermentation seems to make it edible. And I may start doing a video series on that because considering how expensive beef is, I've had to cut way back. I'm eating other meats. If the meats are no longer available from the store, I'm going to have to hit the canal, try to get whatever fish, chicken, duck, and iguana I can get. But the rate that I'm going, I would wipe out those populations in a matter of weeks or months. So it's a good question. That's very good to ask. And just happened to go live the night I got the picanha. I asked her how to cook it. That's how I cooked it. 12 minutes, 500 degrees, then let it sit in the oven 2 hours. Okay. Excellent. I did feel great, full of energy the first 7 days of fasting. Secret was a lot of salt water during fast. Still did calisthenics workout. Days 8 and 9. I felt weak. Well, there you go. So your limit was about a week. You probably don't have a lot of body fat. You probably have a low body fat, more muscular physique, and therefore, fasting. My understanding, it does raise cortisol, which can cause problems. If you're a very overweight person, obese, and you're sedentary, it may not be as bad. But for those of us that are active, not so good. There's always hunting wild animals. Well, here in Miami, we don't really have any because the only cattle we have has 2 legs and lives in apartment buildings. But I'm sure if you leave this area, there may be some. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Regular Redmond salt. Okay. Didn't use a little bit of Kerrygold. I had it. No smoked salt. All right. We would all be miserable if we had to go total plant-based. Pissed off humans full of bloating gas. Yeah, right. That is very true. Sorry, before and after pictures. Wow. What a huge difference. Look a lot like my photos. People don't even recognize me now. I've changed so much since keto carnivore. Well, that's great. I wouldn't go plant-based. There's always wild animals and fish. Yes. Well, if you have no choice, you can definitely do that. All right. Let's see. Up. Okay. I like Dr. Barry's cooking vid and his sheep vid he posted yesterday. He's changing up a little to keep up with the masses. Oh, I don't think I've watched a Dr. Barry video in probably years now. I did initially, but his videos are basically live streams where the questions... What is that? Oh. Hold on. Okay. I'm not sure. The phone that I use as a camera, I somehow enabled the Bluetooth. And then when somebody called in on one of the lines, it started doing, like, it started quacking because the ringtone that I chose on that is a quack. So you can see I also have this cracked iPad that a friend of mine gave me. And it also has the same, same hookup, basically. So I turned that off. So the quacking should stop. All right, let's see. Fourth picture was 12, 15 years ago. There you go. I've been told that the fat from all the meat and eggs, butter, tallow is accumulating arteries. I'm going to drop dead of a massive heart attack. A merciful and quick end. Yes, that is the whole idea of the heart attack diet. You want to eat as much fat as you can. Avoid all the healthy foods such as whole grains and vegetables and all that stuff. And that's it. And when you do have your end, you're going to be you'll just drop dead. You'll fall over, and that's it. You'll be so clogged up with fat, if they try to give you CPR, you'll just burst out like a tub of lard where the box broke open and the lard runs out. And that's it. Ribeyes are $29 a pound. Wow, that's horrible. I haven't tried long fasting. I just eat when I'm hungry. Well, there you go. I guess we can all have our heart attacks and create a new support group. Well, there you go. You freak me out on the dumpster chicken. I don't have a problem with dumpster chicken. I'll eat anything. I mean, look, I'm the guy that eats canal duck and parking lot chicken and iguana. So dumpster chicken to me is a treat because I don't have to chase around the chicken, throw a net over it, stuff it in a bag, take it home, cut its head off, boil it up to get the feathers off, cut out the back, pull the guts out. It's a lot of work preparing parking lot chicken. But, dumpster chicken is already prepared. You just wash it off, look at it. As long as it doesn't look green or anything and doesn't smell like it's dead, it's ready for cooking. And that's it. What is your favorite fruit you eat often? I haven't had a piece of fruit in, I don't know how many months. I think the last piece of fruit I had is when I had oranges on my orange tree, and I think that was in February. I I don't have a favorite fruit. I mean, normally I eat fruit when I don't have anything else. It's usually going to be a deep fried plantain in beef tallow, or it's going to be one of the sour oranges or limes. And usually the oranges and limes are juiced and used to marinate the meat. So I'm not a big fan of fruit. Oh, I did take a bite out of a mango back, I think, in June, May or June. But that's it. I don't eat fruit. It's not my thing. I give it away. All the fruit that I grow, I give to my friends because they can appreciate the taste of fruit. So it's like this avocado. It's just right for eating. You can see it's a little bit soft. See? I'm going to be giving it to him. He's going to enjoy the avocado, and I don't have to eat that nasty thing. I also propagate fruit trees. In fact, I need to graft another set of avocados. So I tell them, save the seeds for me because I'm going to graft another group of avocado trees. And same thing with my mangoes. I have rows of fruit trees in my backyard. I give away to my friends. I tell everybody, if you like to eat this fruit, plant one of the trees so that way at least some of the fruit you eat can come from a sustainable source. Now, if you're like me, you're going to turn your own waste into cooking gas, but not everybody has to do that. Most of them send it back to the county and the sewer system. Apologize, Rick. Have to do my live at noon today. Well, that's fine. You can do it whenever you want. I don't think I'm going to be all day. I'm going to try to do what Mitch does. We'll probably do a handoff. I know Aaron likes to do a live around 2, so maybe what we'll do, we'll cut this off so that Keto Amy can do her live, and then I can go outside and listen to her live while I take more of these lights apart, because I have a pile of them. There's got to be 20 or 30 of these things out there that I need to take apart so I can put them in storage. That price will definitely give me a heart attack. You're talking about that beef, yeah, right? I've eaten more than a month expired meat that was kept in the fridge, slightly fermented, and I felt great. Yeah, it's just more healing, almost high meat. Well, there you go. And that's the thing. I've eaten meat from the dumpster many, many, many times. When I used to live further south, we had a Winn-Dixie. I made friends with the butcher guy, and he would tell me when they were throwing away meat. Now, I told him I was giving it to my cats and my ducks, but I ate a lot of it myself. I ate dumpster meat for years, and I never got sick, ever. In fact, I've never had food poisoning in my entire life. Now, the only time that I've gotten diarrhea from eating is when I've eaten at somebody else's place. One time, somebody gave me some pork. It was pork and beans. I threw the beans out. I washed it with a hose, and still, eating the pork made me sick. And yet I eat pork all the time. So I don't know what it is. Hard to say. All right. Good thing I don't eat a lot of the sitting. Meat is super high in California. Chicken is about the cheapest. Yeah, it is. Quacky Mitchfits. There you go. Hi, Meat Addict. So Bacon Baby says hi to you. I'm not a doctor. I'm a quack. Or I could say I'm not a doctor. I'm a ductor. D-U-C-K-T-O-R. That's me. I always fast when the body wants. Found it tends to happen around full moon. Whenever I try to force a fast, it never works. With me, it has to be a decision. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. I like that. All right. So we got a bunch of hellos. We are catching up with the comments, which we always do. All right. The fast, it just happens. I feel much better now that I paid $79 a pound for 8 ribeyes. I just bought them. There you go. How do you ferment cabbage? It's very easy. You cut it up. You shred it. You mix it with salt and water. You crush it up together. Stuff it into a jar. And just let it sit. That's it. After a week or two, you're ready to go. Just smell it, taste it. That's it. I am not against fermented vegetables, and there's several people in the carnivore community. Most notably, we have Tom, Frugal Prepper. His channel is called Frugal Prepper's Garage and Garden. He believes very much in fermented vegetables, and there are also other people in the carnivore community who have been using fermented vegetables such as cabbage and kimchi. There are also other things you can ferment. I ferment onions and I ferment tomatoes. There are many plants that you can ferment. You can use it to store them instead of having to sterilize it, because canning is basically sterilizing with heat, and then you close it into a jar to keep out any pathogens. And it can last for months or years. But fermentation does it a little differently. Fermentation encourages the growth of acid-loving bacteria. And all the harmful bacteria can only live in alkaline conditions. Under acidic conditions, it kills them. Now, a lot of the vegans, they say that acid is bad for you, that acid is going to ruin your health, but your stomach is acid. So fermenting vegetables in an acidic environment, which can be produced by salt water. So the salt water excludes a lot of the pathogens, the ones, usually the lactobacillus, or I forget the other species that grows in salty conditions. Salt also draws water out, so it makes it harder. For example, if you want to preserve meat. Now, a lot of the sailors in the old days ate pork because pork was cheap, but pork will rot very quickly, so they would put it in salt. And I've used salt to preserve fish. Salt draws the moisture out and prevents bacteria from being able to consume the meat. Now, in Scandinavia, another trick they used to use is fermenting the fish. So they would use a little less salt and let it ferment, and it's real stinky, but it's edible. I mean, you can eat it. It just doesn't taste great, although some people do like it. It's called surströmming, and you'll see videos on YouTube where people crack open those cans and stinks up the whole place, and everybody gets sick, but that's kind of what it is. So anyway, I have my own recipe for fermenting kimchi. Well, there you go. See, so it looks like Keto Amy is also doing fermentation, and that's good. If you're going to drive your truck to hack your health, you better get working on it like 10 weeks ago. I have been working on it. The problem is I haven't had a day. I got a bunch of work that I did. Plus now I got all this junk I picked up from the school. So yeah, I'm trying the best I can. Otherwise, I'll have to find another way there. I'll get there one way or the other. Will I ever catch up with the comments? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I look most fat for my money. Exactly. I touch every steak pretty much. That's good. Botulism in fermented foods, there can be, but generally that's only when the foods are sealed up, and botulism doesn't grow in those acidic conditions. So that's a good thing. And then Peter says humans have a low stomach pH, eat the remains of a kill. Yeah, that's right. Slightly decomposed. That's probably why I can eat dumpster meat and don't get sick. All right, let's see. Oh boy. I don't think I'll ever catch up. Right. And no animals, we'd have, yeah, that's right. We'd have no plants because the insects would eat all the plants, and then with no animals to eat the insects, that would be it. Sheep is very interesting. I guess you're talking about Dr. Barry. Quacking ducks. Yep. Duck under the couch. That was, yeah. It's a phone ringer. It's the quack phone. Yep. And there he goes. All right. Milton turned on the quack sound button. Okay. Road killer meat. He finds it at a dumpster. He smells it, checks its appearance, decides if he thinks he can safely eat it. Yeah. I bet he's never gotten sick from that free meat, and I never have. You are correct. Who sat on a duck? That's a Rodney Dangerfield quote. Who stepped on a duck? Somebody stepped on a duck? Yeah, duck sound effect. Quack phone. There you go. I guess you're calling for a duck man on the duck phone. I need to get my red phone out there, put a light on it, and then put a quacking sound. Quack, quack, quack. That phone quacks. Amazing. Oh, I also love ducks. Who doesn't? That's a good question. People that don't like ducks are not nice people. Put a quick video showing his afternoon breakfast meal. Ground burger, 5 eggs. I think sausage in a pan. I think he said he's OMAD. He sprinkled on something, an organ spice. Okay. I will get all this stuff from the store and make a video about it. I love your videos, Amy, and your lives. And I believe that you do have a live on Sunday at 7. Now, Bob, semi-retired Bob, hasn't had a live in a while, and they may conflict, but we'll see. I think we need to imitate Mitch and Dr. Kiltz and start coordinating these videos. I think that's really important. Because the thing is, why does one person have to dominate the space? One person doesn't dominate the space. We're a team over here. Out of all the carnivores that are online, I would estimate that only maybe 2% of us are active on YouTube. So if we had, let's say, 100 people active on YouTube, that's only 2%. What about the other 98%? Those people are never going to make videos, and they're never going to be popular. So let's try and work together. Because the thing is, if everybody, let's say, relied on Dr. Barry, everyone's going to watch Dr. Barry's videos. What happens when Dr. Barry has his heart attack and he drops dead? Is his wife, Nisha, going to take over? I don't think so. I don't think people are going to line up to see her. I mean, she's interesting, whatever, but no. I think if we all have our own little groups and we have our lives and we have our videos, it makes it impossible to knock out the carnivore community because there's a lot of us out there. How are you going to eliminate a movement that's growing to all the people out there? So there's no reason for us to interfere with each other. Let's figure out a way. For example, Mitch is the morning man. He starts at 7. He finishes before 9, all right? That's fine. Rick is the Saturday morning live stream. Starts at 8:30, ends, let's say, well, one time it ended at 8:30, which was not, it happened, but what if it ended at noon? All right, it ends at noon. Time for lunch. I can handle that. 4 hours a week, no problem. So I think it's really important that we work together, and this is one of the things that I was making a video about it yesterday. It was on the bicycle, but I hadn't uploaded it because I didn't want to start another controversy. Because some of the more popular carnivore people, they tend to be kind of dogmatic, and they are very against things like fermented vegetables. I've had people email me telling me that I should not be encouraging people to start gardening. And I cannot understand why anybody would email me like that. What is wrong with growing plants? Because the thing is, if you're a carnivore, you're still a plant eater. You're just eating it secondhand. What you're doing is you're letting the animals eat the plants, and then you're eating them. But really, when it comes down to it, you're still a plant eater. Every one of us is a plant eater. Whether we do it ourselves or we do it secondhand, we are all plant eaters. Because the only living things on this earth that can convert the energy from the sun into the energy of life are plants. That's it. So no plants, no life, period. If you have land, if you have a yard, if you have access to land, you should learn to garden. The other thing too is that this is something that is produced with minimal effort. The only thing I had to do is trim the tree once in a while, keep an eye out for pests, and then harvest it. I give this to a friend of mine. He or she enjoys this avocado and benefits from it and gives them more energy. So who lost in this transaction? Nobody. Even if I gave this to pigs or I gave it to ducks, and ducks do like to eat avocado, or even if the squirrels ate it and I shot the squirrel and cooked him, this is where the food came from. I wish I liked avocados because I got so many of them all the time. It's just a shame. But I'd rather give it to a person than throw it away. It's like some bananas, I can't keep up with them. People don't take them. I give them to the ducks. I take them over to the canal and give it to the ducks. Let them eat it. Now, when I had the ducks here, it was great because they would eat the bananas, and then out the other end came the poop, and then the poop would go right back into the banana plants and build more bananas. Ah, here we go. Annabella says, hi, Rick and Milton. Well, Rick says hi. Milton, he's probably asleep on the bed. He'll pop up. You never know. I love ducks. Peking is my favorite species. And Peking duck is the original domesticated duck, domesticated by the Asians. Muscovy duck was domesticated in this part of the world, and they are, the other domesticated duck. But yes, I prefer Muscovy myself. That's my duck of choice. And she says, hi, everyone. That is great. The spice is called pluck. It ground organ meats along with some salt and such. Okay. Use pluck. Dumpster chicken shock video. Well, I didn't get the video of taking it out of the dumpster. I just showed the cooked chicken. But did you actually find chicken? Yes. The dumpster behind Presidente. I was digging through there to see what kind of duck food I could find because the ducks were all waddling around. And I looked, and there was a blue bag, and it had chicken in it. I was going to give it to the ducks, but when I cut it open, it only smelled slightly sulfur smelling. So I thought, well, this is a toss-up. I took it home. I washed it with the hose. And then, you know, it was fine. So it didn't kill me. I'm still here. I'll be eating leftover pork roast for several days. I'm on my way to work. There's a limit of 2. So stock up while you can. Stuff the rest of it in the freezer. It's a great survival meat. Okay. There we go. Bought a 3-pack, Walmart, 56 and change. Okay. How are you this Saturday a.m.? $9.99 a pound. Okay. Family pack. All right. Yeah. Rick searches the dumpsters, local grocery stores for meat and eat it. Not gone bad. And what I've done, Presidente and Aldi and all those have open dumpsters. A lot of the bigger stores, they have a closed dumpster that you can't get to. But I actually, the one Winn-Dixie over there, they have a dumpster with a broken latch. So I'll go there later on in the day. You know, after it just gets dark, I'll pop open the dumpster and I'll reach in there and see if I can get some goodies. Now, I generally wear the clothes that I wear, so I look homeless. No one has ever harassed me. I guess when you're really poor looking, they don't want to mess with you because they figure you got nothing and you're probably crazy. All right. Most of the Latin markets, like Presidente, they don't care. You know, I think they're used to it. The country they come from, everybody picks from the trash. So I've had them even give me stuff when they're throwing it out. Oh, you want? Yeah, I'll take it. Okay, I'll give it to you. So they're not fussy about it. That's the great thing about them. And as Peter says, they'll even sell it to you cheap for the minimum amount just to get rid of it. So your local ethnic store, I don't know about the other ethnicities, but the Cubans and Nicaraguans and all that, they'll give you stuff. They'll give you a good deal. If they're throwing it out, you're going to be going home with it. So that's a great thing about those stores. But I would recommend try to learn Spanish because my Spanish is terrible. If you're fluent in Spanish, they'll treat you very, very well. So I love those little stores. The store I hate the most is Publix. I hate Publix. It is the crappiest store in Miami. And they're so busy spending money, they don't think about giving you a good deal. The Publix down the street here, they're going to tear it down just to build a new one. That's what they always do. After about 30, 40 years, they tear it down and they build a new one. And they don't give you a break on anything. Okay, bottom of my foot. Oh, I wonder what caused that. Assistant by hip, okay. Live streams. When they end, the host redirects to another live stream. I'll have to see how that works. I never saw that option. I hope to see your live today. You can do what Mitch does. You can actually open your OBS and then put the other live stream into it so the other one will end. Something can be removed to give you pain relief. How big is cyst? Now, I have something similar to that. I don't know if it's a cyst, but I actually have something I got when I went plant-based. It's this little lump right here. It's been like that for years. It doesn't hurt, but it's been there. It got really inflamed when I was on the plant-based diet, and it was bigger years ago. It's actually gotten smaller. I think it's called a lipoma. It's just some kind of a fat deposit, and the doctor had actually talked about getting it removed. That was about the time that I was still going to the doctor, but I said, well, it doesn't hurt, so who cares? I mean, I can do this, and I can do this. It doesn't bother me. So I said, I'm not going to bother. No big deal. All right, so let's see who we got here. Oh, boy. I don't know if Mitch is watching, but if you are, I'm struggling to keep up. We have 49 watching now. We haven't hit 50 yet, but we have a lot of comments. All right, so let's go through all these comments. And you know me, I just can't resist checking every one of the comments. Homemade mashed potatoes. She was a great cook. Not so much when she got up there in years and sick with diabetes. Yeah, potatoes, I don't know. I never understood the fascination with potatoes, but what can you do? They had her on so many meds. Both grandparents, too. Loaded up on the meds. Well, there you go. For the taste of that, and much cheaper. Now, see, Peter, you're becoming like me. You are Quack Jr., so that makes sense. I actually prefer the cheap stuff. Yes, I do. I had a back CT. Forgot how big the cyst is. Okay, pulling all the nerves, the entire hip. My carnivore doctor is no longer at the practice. I do too. If I knew about carnivore and convinced the mom to try it, I know she'd still be here. My parents would not try the heart attack diet. Absolutely not. Even when they wanted to die. My mom wanted to die. I said, look, you want to die? Eat Rick's heart attack diet. And they wouldn't do it. Shampoo the carpet. Well, there you go. I can't shampoo my carpet. It's so old. If I shampooed it, there'd be nothing left. Anyone enjoy Spam? I haven't had that stuff in years. I remember it was okay. It wasn't great. Done a lot of acid. Nothing wrong with me. Wrong acid. Okay. They don't get pain relief. All right. You can just refill your fermented foods. Well, you could, but you know, I like to start with a fresh batch every time. I have a friend that is in sort of a modified carnivore diet, and fermented foods is very critical. And you can see several of my YouTube viewers that are actually using fermented foods as a way of enhancing carnivore diet. I believe even Johnny, Carnivore Champion, he's tried the fermented foods because he likes Dr. Sean O'Mara. I eat yogurt almost daily, so that's a fermented food. I think fermented foods can be very beneficial. Okay. Yep. You brought up that stinky can. Yeah, I'm scared of it. It's pretty bad. I got a hold of a can of that stuff one time, and because it's an active ferment, it builds pressure. When you open the can, you have to be very careful. When I opened the can, it sprayed out, and it sprayed in the yard. The flies, they kept coming for a couple days afterwards. It was absolutely terrible. Carnivore doctor, okay. Mom is 84. My mom died when she was 90, and that was 5 years ago. So you can tell my parents are older. Okay, she's off 2 or 3 blood pressure meds. Down 25 pounds. Yeah, less joint pain and brain fog. There you go. See, that's great. Nothing like a keto carnivore diet to help. I want to get into fermenting food and take advantage of all this land I have around me. Yeah, you should. And if you have land around you, I hope you're raising animals. Maybe goats, chickens, pigs, whatever. Got to do something with it. I don't have enough land. All I have is a tiny yard, and I turn it into a forest. Homemade mashed potatoes sounds funny to me. That's the only way I've eaten mashed potatoes my whole life. It was often too. Yeah, I don't know why people like mashed potatoes. I guess it's just what they put in it. Doctors are awful jealous of Dr. S. Dr. S. Who is Dr. S? For being so loved and popular and clever. Okay. Dr. S. Oh well. Gone to the raw meat trend and now the carrion trend. Heaven help me, I'm cooking fresh meat only. There's nothing wrong with eating cooked meat. I don't see a problem with it. All right. Metformin, okay. Cheats with bread, crackers, and bagels. How can anyone want to eat duck food? You wouldn't even feed it to a duck. Why would you feed it to yourself? Always trouble getting along with other people. I have no trouble getting along with other people. My problem is that people run away from me. That's the problem. I can get along with them if they hang around. Have you tried goat meat? Yes. Shivo, in fact, I bought some a couple of weeks ago. It was $3.99 a pound at the Key Food Market. And I love goat meat. I know some people don't. I love it. It's kind of like a mixture between beef and Muscovy duck. Very nice meat. I love goat meat. Removed him from the toxic environment. Okay. Could ferment. You can't really ferment a plantain. I mean, you could, but because it's a lot of carbohydrates, it would form a lot of toxins. But you can ferment the banana flour. The bud at the end of it, that ferments very well. It's like sauerkraut, but purple. That you can do. Have you sought him out? Okay. Super Duckman. Right over here. Just need the Duckman costume. All right. Let's see. The live space sword. Okay. Yeah. We'll go to the one that sounds more interesting. That's right. And I know there's always a popular channels, but I think some of the other less popular channels are the one that we need to look for. Synchronize the end. Yeah, exactly. Right now it's problematic. We're going to do that. And we can thank Mitch for kind of putting that idea out there. I mentioned that before. Remember, I would end my live so that Erin could have her live. And Amy, I think I ended mine, was it last week or whatever? One of the weeks, so she could have her live. So it's something that we're trying to do. Not one person should be dominating the space. This is another reason I limited my lives to 1 day a week, which is Saturday morning, which is the most likely time that I would have because I'm generally off. Okay. Hunting for energy drinks at gas stations. Okay, well, there you go. Some of the clinic. Okay. And what if one goes long? Well, you can switch to the other. Despite my reputation for being the longest, I can stop the live stream at any time I want. All I got to do is click the button that says end broadcast, and it's over. Dirty keto, then clean keto, ketovore, and then carnivore. Yeah. I would never start as a full carnivore. It was too radical of an idea back then. And a lot of the carnivore, for example, Dr. Berry, started out as keto. He did not start as carnivore. There are several people in the space that have started as keto. So the main thing is just don't fall for the processed keto foods. Eat real keto foods. That's the key. I saw him every week. Okay, so you're talking about your doctor. He was old school. You form a relationship. Yeah. Saw that one. Okay. CB, the land, the myth, the legend. Well, there you go. All right. That's a good question. That's a good question, Kurt. And by the way, what happened to your website? I looked for your videos. They were gone. I had a couple of my subscribers email me, what happened to Meathead's website? Where'd all his videos go? They disappeared. I thought maybe YouTube did to you what they did to me back in 2010. So if you want, you can answer it, but I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to him. And again, he was awesome because not only did he liven up the channel, but he also sent in delicious meats and bacon and even some fake stuff, which I've been afraid to touch. I want to make a video on it, but I'm afraid to touch that fake meat. But anyway, I hope he shows up again. He really livened up the channel, and I think I probably got a few subscribers because of him. So that's good. All right, homemade mashed potatoes were a thing. You get it in a bag and add mix to it. I wouldn't eat anything that comes out of a bag. That's ridiculous. Let's see. Mobile number. That's the doctor. Okay. Nope. Beefy's, I think it was 007 or 707, whatever. That was not a bot. I actually talked to him, and I actually got meat from him. If it was a bot, I'd want more bots like that because there was some good eating out of that. I've never seen that big and long. Okay. Search for that energy drink. Okay, so you're talking about that video. Thomas and Lewis for sure have been skipped. I didn't even see it, honestly. You know what? YouTube probably didn't even put it in the list because I don't see it. That's weird. We could be in a chair all day unless you want to listen and not chat. Yeah, exactly. I can't sit in a chair all day, not healthy. I agree with that. Yeah. I think that's what happens. Because I don't delete anything. I get myself in trouble. I had one of my regular subscribers just ghost me because I didn't intervene in a little debate that was going on. So I'm sure we all knew who that was. It'll be a matter of time. Hopefully he will come back, but you never know. Okay. I personally listen to lives while doing chores at work and comment when possible. Yes, I agree. Long time no see. Yeah, there you go. Call him. That's what phones are for, right? Unless he thinks it's a date, in which case, well, that may be good or may be bad. I don't know. Okay, I've been around, just not chatting much. Finish listening to the prof. Okay. You want truth or what the narrative is? Good question. They got to have a dumpster somewhere. They toss the meat. But I keep my eyes open. It is. And the thing is, in the old days, when people had pigs, you could go and get all the produce from the market that went bad, take it home and slop the pigs. But thanks to zoning and all the other stuff, they don't want people having animals anymore. So that goes to landfill. So it can sit there and it can rot and release methane and destroy the environment. Real smart. What is your job, Rick? My job is whatever I can find. I do everything from physical labor to electrical, plumbing, refrigeration, air conditioning, whatever I can do. I'm sort of the jack of all trades and the master of none. Thank the FDA and government. Yeah, that is true. Okay. Let's see. All right. I do every day. Rick is a ductor. Well, there you go. And we got good mornings here. Okay. I can still see the comment from my side. They do that. They did it to me. Remember when I was putting comments on Carrie's channel and nobody else was seeing it? So what I do, I have another YouTube without an account. And then what I'll do, I'll open YouTube. And that way I can detect when somebody has blocked me, like on the vegan channels. So, you know, I just keep my comments over here. Now this is paused, so, well, okay, we don't want to do that. Okay, come on. Where's the sound on this silly thing? Come on. Oh, well. At least the comments are updated. Okay, Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, I used to go to, we had a place, it was originally a Krispy Kreme, and they weren't Krispy Kreme anymore. They called it Velvet Cream Donuts. And I go to the donut place and get a box of the donuts. And what do you think I did with all the donuts they threw out? Well, sure enough, I headed over to the nearby Miami Canal, and I went there and fed the ducks. Big, fat Muscovy ducks. Now, back then, I didn't eat ducks. I just fed them. I thought they were cool. Why is this? Okay, you little camera. All right. What is this? I don't know. Maybe one day I'll get a better camera. Let me just switch the scene maybe here and then see if that works. Okay. Okay, where is that? Okay. Boom, bam. There we go. It's a little better. Still a little bit blurred, but what can you do? All right. So yeah, raised on junk food. I can't believe anybody would eat that crap. I mean, it's pretty nasty. And the comments are coming in super fast again. All right. We have less people. We have 49 watching right now. Deep in my hip thigh. Okay. Raw dairy farm. Oh. See, at least you live in the country. Here, we don't have any pasture anymore. All we have is apartments. Lousy, crappy, black, white, and gray apartments. Overpriced garbage. That's all it is. Okay. Tried carnivore. Yeah, maybe. Oh, excellent. It's $5.99 here often. Lucky you. Picanha, definitely try it with meeting well. Yeah, she's the queen of picanha all the time. All right. Yep. There you go. Dr. S is my doctor's name. Okay. Dr. S, like Dr. Sexy or something like that. It's the butter, salt, sour cream. Yeah, exactly. Mashed potatoes. Potatoes are disgusting. Right. Okay. All right. It's just butter. So just eat the butter. That's all. Why do you need the potatoes? That's a good point, Gary. Don't need the potatoes. Just eat the butter. That's what I always did as a kid. You go to a restaurant or something, they give you these little butter things in paper, and they want you to spread it on the bread. Oh, you got to spread it this way. I'm like, why would I bother? I'll just eat the butter. They look at me like, what? I'll eat the butter, and then I'll take the bread and give it to the ducks. Why not? And the Sweden House smorgasbord was very close to a canal. The ducks used to hang out in the back, so I'd stick some of the bread in my pocket that they'd put on the table for you, walk over there and feed it to the ducks. That's all. Because back then, what they used to do in the smorgasbords and buffets, they'd give you the free bread, try to fill you up, and then that way you don't eat as much from the buffet. But as a kid, I figured out the trick. It's like when you go to one of these Brazilian steakhouses. I went to one for the first time in decades, thanks to my friend Russ. They try to give you the bread. They try to give you the plantain. They try to give you the cheap meats like the chicken and sausage and whatever, so you won't eat the good stuff. That's their little trick. All right. New carnivore, named Carnivore Farm Mom. Okay. She eats liver a lot. So there's a new carnivore channel out there. That might be something to look for. I want to respect its privacy. Rick's ancestors ate the dinosaurs. Yeah. Right? You lost power. And everyone kept chatting without you. Well, I don't know why it wouldn't let me turn off the stream. It was crazy. Carnivore mashed potatoes. I call it mashed butter. Yeah, right? How to do the live stream redirect. All right, good. We'll try that out. We are not like we are like fungus. We are here whether you want us or not. Preservative. Okay. Thought he was some YouTube doctor. All right. And Cindy's here. Hello. Glad to see you. I didn't see any videos from you this week either. I guess YouTube's not recommending me. I don't know what's going on here. I'm off to bed. And all right. Good night. Enjoy. And I will catch you next time. If Milton doesn't eat the fake meat, you know what? That's what I need to do. I need to give some of it to Milton. I used to give stuff to the ducks. One time somebody gave me Loma Linda fried chick and the ducks wouldn't touch it. I said, this stuff must be really bad if a duck won't eat it. I miss my duck flock. But the thing is, the raccoons, they took over. I think one of the reasons they did is because all the holes in the overhang and all that, the raccoons were hiding out. When I can fix my roof and get rid of all the crap that's around here, I'm going to try to get another load of ducks, and I'm going to try to start another flock because I miss my ducks. They were awesome. Everybody would come here looking for the ducks. Now there's no ducks, you know. Meathead, yeah. Maybe some two different people, yes. Meathead's channel has gone blank. Hopefully he'll explain that. Veggies kept feeding my carb addictions. Wow. Let's get straight on carnivore. So evidently, even vegetables can trigger cravings. If you're having carb cravings, stay away from the vegetables. Vegetables are not your friend. Okay, hi Cindy. There we go. Okay. Reducing the cream. Okay. Yeah, the dairy can be a problem for a lot of people too. Okay, there you go. I do not. Whoop. I don't like being farty. Well, that's it. The vegetables will give you gas. Although, when I've eaten the fermented stuff, it doesn't seem to give me gas. So, I guess the gas has already been taken out of it through the fermentation process. Yeah. I see you have a new picture. And why is it not coming up? There it goes. Okay. Let's see. I feel like I've been made. Well, there you go. You're one of us. I'm not gonna reject anyone. I know a lot of the more popular channels initially, they may have liked me, they may have mentioned me a lot, and then after a while they don't mention me anymore. It's like, well, this Rick's too much of a quack, but I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere until I have that massive heart attack. Just like Rick tells my experience of, oh boy, plant-based tortured me. It was bad. Every time one of these vegan idiots tells me, well, you gotta go plant-based, it's good for you. I'm like, dude, I tried plant-based. It tore me up. I would never, my rear end was so sore, I felt like I had gone to Club Ozone or something. I shouldn't say that, but anyway. All right, a couple of days going to town for me to always shower. Well, there you go. Yeah. He wants the transition to be manual. Okay. Choice for the people watching our channel. Yeah, exactly. That's fine. It's family to me. Okay. Oop. All right. How long have you been carnivore? That's a good question. Rick hasn't got my second message on the delicate subject, but he got your reply. Funny mystery here. Will I go through every one of the comments one by one? I don't edit anything out. If I find a comment I don't like, I will delete it right here and tell you that I'm deleting it. I don't have moderators. I do it just myself. All right. Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right. Okay. You should raise goats. If I ever I move to where I have land, I probably will. I'll raise something because obviously I don't have enough land for cattle. Goats will eat almost anything, and that's another thing. If you have restaurants or you have a produce warehouse or whatever, even if you have friends that have groves and they may have fruit that's not good, you really don't want to throw that fruit back on the ground because it can cause insects to, pests, so on. Give it to the goats. That's a good idea. Please shower before swimming. Okay. All right. I'm going to delete my channel. But no, that would be going, oh, you were going to delete your channel. I don't know why anybody would do that. I let YouTube do that for me. It's only a matter of time before they will. Yeah. But thought I was nuts even though she saw how much I lost, how healthy I look. Good riddance. All right. Well, Peter, you know that if I was to design a girlfriend, what she would be like, and I'm sure nobody else would want a girlfriend like that, but that's a girlfriend that I would want, and I'm sure you've mentioned it many times, what Rick's girlfriend would look like. I want a donut. I do donuts. I don't eat them. It's that simple. You're doing great. You will find the right woman. Well, I never could find the right woman because she doesn't exist. No sign saying please don't pee in pool. I guess that's okay, right? Please don't delete. Yeah, exactly. I enjoy your videos and I comment on them. Don't delete your channel. I'm never going to delete my channel. If my channel gets deleted, that's what YouTube does. That's what YouTube is there for. They did it to me in 2010. They do it again. I don't think they're going to do it anymore because I'm not a threat to anyone, really. I think in many ways I'm just sort of a total quack that they can use it as example of someone, don't be like this guy, or you're going to be 57 living by yourself in a decaying house, eating meat with chronic sinus issues, riding a bike like a maniac, and trying to save money. So that's kind of what happens. Started carnivore for the first time. Okay, yep. An addiction to carbs. And this is another great thing about Mitch's channel because I never knew that carbohydrate addiction was a thing. But Mitch always says, I am a carb addict. And you see, when he was in the hospital, they tried to get him back on the addiction. But he resisted. He said, nope, I'm not going to do it. So, but that's good. So Paulo Rodriguez, and similar name to mine, differently spelled, but you keep going. I think you're going to be very successful. I think your best years are ahead of you. I'm sure I will one day. Okay, last relationship. Well, Peter, just don't get the kind of girlfriend that I want. You probably would not enjoy that. Okay, let's see. It's a process. Yeah, I'm going to keep showing up. Exactly. Letting other people make it harder. Okay. And Lewis, the cat man. This is like the cat lady in a male form. Hi, Rick. I am listening. Well, I'm glad that you're listening, and I hope the cats are listening too, because my cat, I think he's fast asleep on the bed. That's where Milton is. You seriously are worth it. Yes, I agree. Thank you so much, Bacon Baby. I was worrying a carnivore is a bad idea. A carnivore, a bad name with my struggles, but we are all different. Yes. Oh, my goodness. Inflammation. Yeah, it might. Although mine, I mean, it did, but it's still there. I mean, you can still see it. It's there. High-fat carnivore, preferably Annabella, right? A donut shop, Chinese out front. The worker did not want sprinkles. Real men don't like sprinkles, I said from the back of the line. I'm not sure what sprinkles are, but is that like the rat droppings that fall onto the donuts? Going to the farmer's market. Be back if you're still there. If not, have a great day. Well, Smoothie, I'm glad that you are. Enjoy the farmer's market. I don't know if they sell the whole animal there or pieces or whatever. Or maybe you're buying fruits and veggies for a friend. When I get my truck running, I want to go to that farmer's market up in Broward, which is near the church where I get the oil from, so you can see what Fruity Paul was talking about. He said it was Miami, but it's not Miami. All right. And Brian says hello to Cindy. And Cindy says that she had my live stream last night with Dr. Nelson. I didn't see, again, YouTube didn't send that to me. Why didn't I know that? Oh, well. But anyway, Dr. Nelson, he's the king of fasting right now. But that's great. This is another person who was in pretty bad shape, and he's been doing great. And we have a running joke between the two of us. He thinks of himself as Uncle Fester, and I'm Lurch. You rang. So that's pretty much, one of these days we'll get together. Maybe he'll be Uncle Fester and I'll be Lurch. I guess I am a bit like Lurch. I mean, Lurch obviously was more muscular, but we're both tall. And we both have that sort of, the eyebrows. Everyone would criticize me saying, well, your eyes are dark underneath. But what they don't realize, that's actually because there's so much space. My eyebrows stick out. And they're very thick. My dad had bulgy eyes. I'm different than that. The interesting thing is, my voice is very similar to my dad's voice. When people would call on the phone, they would think that they were talking to my dad. And that was interesting. So the genetics were there. I also have the exact same little, what they call a birthmark or whatever, that my dad had. The exact same. Right here. But my dad used to have other spots because when he would go in the sun, he would get a lot of spots. I don't get that. For some reason, I guess because of my diet, I don't get all the discoloration that my dad had. And also, I don't have the itchy back that he used to get, and I don't get the warts that my dad used to get warts. I don't get those. So I'm similar to my dad, but I'm a taller version and most likely a healthier one, because when my dad was my age, I was in college, and I remember exactly what my dad looked like. In fact, I do have some pictures. I want to, one of these days, when I get my computer to cooperate with me, because it doesn't, I want to make a video that shows how I look now compared to how my dad looked, and then list all the conditions he had. My dad used to get dry eyes all the time. He wore glasses. He'd get that itching and had a lot of these little conditions. He had very high blood pressure, where I have low blood pressure, and used to go to the bathroom all the time, had gas constantly, snored like a chainsaw. I don't do any of that. So there is a difference, and I'd like to share that because it's kind of interesting when you think about the difference between the carnivore and my dad, who ate a healthy diet. He did not eat junk food. He did not eat processed food. He ate only whole foods. He just didn't eat all the meat that I do. All right, let's see here. I don't think I could live with a partner. Well, again, if you had the kind of girlfriend, my dream girlfriend, it wouldn't be a problem because she'd be eating nothing but meat and she'd be working out and be super strong and muscular and nobody would mess with her. I know some guys, they get upset because, like, one of my friends, he got into a fight with somebody because some guy was checking out his girlfriend and he, they get jealous. It's just really kind of depressing. But the dream girlfriend that I want, nobody would ever check her out because they'd probably get punched in the face by her. So that'd work out pretty well. Or they just wouldn't want it. I mean, nobody wants a gal that's tall and built like a tank because that's not considered attractive to most people. And that, but having someone who's built like that and eating a delicious steak, that would be attracted to me more than one of these foo-foo girls that has sort of all the makeup and wears the designer clothes and eats the duck food. And I can't stand those. I cannot stand that. It bothers me. I'd rather have the gal that lives on the farm that's out there fixing the tractor than the glamour gal. I do not like the glamour gal. Now, I have a friend of mine who's a hardcore redneck, and he likes a glamour gal. So I'm like, look, man, why don't you get a redneck girl? That's what you want. She's got a pickup truck. She's got, overalls. Oh, no, I don't want that. I want, okay. And that's why all of his girlfriends turn into a drama disaster. I don't think that women should be trying to make themselves an object. I think the real value of women comes in what they can do. Women are excellent when it comes to raising children, when it comes to building things. They can make clothes. They can grow food. I think women are actually pretty good at hunting too. They just don't get the chance. So I have really weird ideas, and I'm sure that offends a lot of people, but I think of women as valuable individuals, not objects to be chased after. That's the thing and it makes people mad. They look at them as like, well, she's pretty, she's ugly, I don't like her because she's ugly. Well, when you hire somebody, a lot of times you'll hire somebody. They usually hire the gals for the office job because they were pretty. Not that they were talented, not that they had a good customer skills, but they're just pretty. Fine. But I got news for you. Pretty don't last. You may be pretty when you're in your 20s. Come back in your 50s and see what you look like. Most of them are not. Most of the good-looking women in their 50s were the average ones in their 20s. They're the ones that worked for a living, and they're the ones that built character. And that's what we want. Anyway, Peter, you'll find someone, hopefully, or you'll learn to live by yourself, as some of us have done. It's not all bad. You do eliminate a lot of drama. Yeah. Wouldn't do what I do, and I'm single. Yep, our cat is my eating buddy. So's mine. My cat loves to eat with me. In fact, he gets right on top of me and sticks his head in my plate. I'm like, no, I put it in his dish. He won't touch the food. He has to take it out of my plate, pull it out, and then run with it like he's hunting. So I let him do it. I leave a little piece of meat sticking out. He pulls it out of my plate and runs. Like, okay, Milton. Then he goes and devours it somewhere else. Okay. Little doggy is 14. No teeth. He cries and begs. Follows me for meat and eggs. That's a smart dog right there. Mention who's coming up next and not doing all the tech crap. Well, there you go. All right. I've been doing high fat most of the time. Jersey is a professional meat bagger. That must be your dog. Yes. Mitch would be if he got a whole huge channel. Well, I don't think Mitch's channel is ever going to pass the 100K mark. I think Mitch is sort of a niche content. He's not going to be like, Dr. Barry or Carrie or one of those other people that are out there. Mitch is not that kind of person. Mitch will tell you off, which I will do too. I think I'm slightly more diplomatic than Mitch, but not by much. And I do tend to offend people. Look at how much I offended the Homestead, the Healing Humanity group, just from telling the truth. I offended them to no end. They banned me from the channel for a while. Now, we eventually sorted it out, and it was a misunderstanding. But to this day, they don't mention me. You'll notice that, like, when you have Dr. Kiltz, and then you might have Carrie and the others on there, who's the only one that mentions Rick? It's Dr. Kiltz. Now, why would Dr. Kiltz mention a quack like me? That's because Dr. Kiltz has the right attitude. Out of all the carnivore doctors, I think he has the best attitude. Because, and the thing is, I used to think that he was just some silly salesman. But you know who it was that got me interested in Dr. Kiltz? The person that calls him Kiltsy. And we know who that is. It's Mitch. Mitch has shown me so much. Mitch is the reason why I started a live stream. I've learned more from Mitch than any of the other carnivores out there. And that's because Mitch isn't trying to sell you anything. Yes, he sells air fryers. I mean, he sells other products, but he's not trying to sell it to you. He says, I use this. I like it. You want to buy it? Here's my link. It's not like trying to sell you a bunch of nonsense. He's not telling you the carnivore diet is going to make you this or that. It's going to solve all your problems. Look, he's been on the carnivore diet. He still had a stroke. He's recovered quite well. But he's not trying to give you a false hope. He's just telling you how it is. And it makes him mad when people go in there and then they come up with the religious nonsense and then they tell him that God's going to do this or that. That's what really gets to him. You can see that it gets him mad, and then he'll cut off the live stream because he hates ignorance. I mean, obviously, I think all of us do. When somebody uses an excuse like that, it's really one of those things that it makes you mad. It makes me mad, too. That's why I get so frustrated with the vegans, telling me phytonutrients and acid and this and that. No, you're telling me nonsense. I listened to your advice, and it failed me. So, and you're going to double down on it because you're one of those few people that can eat mulch and survive. So, I don't know. But that's kind of what it is. All right, and kibble to your dog. It might be. I would never give kibble to any of my pets. I think that's torture. Redirecting me. I'm very capable. Yes, there you go. Okay. How long have you been a strict carnivore? Yeah, exactly. All right. Cat is a perfect diet buddy. Yep, I agree. What are the chances of someone dying from heart attack if they eat one donut? 0. 0 chance from eating one donut. If I was to try to eat a donut, I would be throwing up, so I don't have to worry about digesting it because I think that donuts are disgusting. But no. One donut is like one cigarette. If you smoked one cigarette in your entire life, are you going to get lung cancer? Well, you might get lung cancer, but it's not going to be from one cigarette. If you smoked one cigar, is that going to give you lung cancer? Well, no, of course not. Is it going to give you throat cancer? No. But if you do it every single day on a regular basis and you have the wrong genetics, then it will get you. But the same thing with a donut. The question is, why would anybody want to eat a donut? They're nasty. I wasn't perfect when I had the flu. Okay. Again, we still get sick. Cats need raw, not cooked meat. They need taurine. It's cooked out of the meat, which is bad for them. And that's why more than half of the food that Milton eats is raw. How old are you, dear? Yeah. They love rare to raw meat. That's correct. They definitely do. And dogs can eat a lot more things. Thanks for the support, Rick. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for being here. I'm just giving you the information that I have. Lewis, what do you feed your cats? I am 61, but very agile and seem a lot younger. And that's good. That's the way it should be. All right. I would think risk is extremely low from eating one donut. Yes, I agree. I am size like Dr. Kiltz, but my hair is not white. Well, there you go. Well, you're not as old as him, but yeah. Raw milk. I've had raw milk in the past when we used to have dairies around here, drank a lot of it. I stopped drinking milk at age 20, so you won't find me drinking raw milk. But if I could get a hold of it, I would make yogurt out of it, cottage cheese, or cheese. So, but yeah, raw milk is fine if it comes from a good source. I wouldn't buy it in a bottle, though. Unless I could get it straight from the cow, I wouldn't do it. But raw milk from a cow, if you're drinking milk, which I'm not, is fine. That's what I believe. Training raw meat myself just as a big cat meow. Well, there you go. If you got a good source of raw meat, go for it. But I don't think humans need to eat raw meat. I don't eat raw meat. I've eaten raw liver in the past, but I never eat raw meat. I don't trust it. I haven't killed the animal. Why would I eat the meat? Okay. Yeah, I lost so much weight. There we go. Okay. Ah, Thomas is here. Hello, Thomas. Glad that you're here. I see you've been doing several live streams. Hopefully, you've been able to get your computer issues straightened out. Maybe you can isolate it as to whether it's the system or the internet. Oh, I've been waiting such a long time to get the cyst removed. Well, hopefully the medical care, the medical system is terrible. I'd be so screwed if I wasn't carnivore. Yeah, exactly. Whoops, what is this? All right, I'm just jumped ahead. Now I'm far behind. Can I see you before and after, Rick, when you were younger? There's a picture of me when I was younger. I was about 30 years old. That is the picture that you see on my channel. There's also in the community post, you'll see pictures of me when I first started the carnivore diet in junior high. Okay. Rick Wig Duck. Yeah, Orbital Hub. Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, Bacon Baby. Yes. What a day it is. Yes. Rick looks the same now as he did before. He's like a wax figure. Okay. Rick doesn't look much different now. No, I don't. I haven't changed much. I mean, I'm 57. Where's the gray hair? There isn't any. All right. And I work outside. So the myth that sun will destroy your skin is nonsense. What a week it has been. I can imagine. And Karen P. Florida Sunshine, good morning. Good morning. Glad you're here. We're up to 50 again. That's excellent. I had a lady pray and lay hands on me for 1 hour. I don't walk with a limp now from prayer. Huh. My church is praying for me. Well, hopefully that works. Being around a very attractive and tall woman is when I feel my most inadequate. Not me. Not me. The taller the woman, the better. But then again, I'm 6'6". How are you going to find a woman that's taller than that? You're not. So it's the same thing with the muscle gals. I know a lot of people that are very much turned off by them. The gals that are built. I think they're great. I think the stronger the women, the better. Because they can't use the excuse of being helpless and being pathetic. If their car breaks down, they're going to go out there and change a tire themselves. In fact, you might have a girlfriend that's going to help you swap your engine in your car or truck. What do I need some hoity-toity, flaky, bougie, whatever, gal in high heels? And that's the other thing. If you wear high heels, I don't even want to be around you. Anyone that wears high heels is, I guess they're better, what is it, barefoot and pregnant or whatever they say? That's the other extreme. But if your gal is wearing work boots, then now we're talking. It's like, let's go. We're going to build another house. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Hey, you want to learn to weld? How'd you like to learn how to rebuild the transmission? That's the gals that I like. So the ones that are into the fancy stuff, the frills, the lace, and all that, if I go into a house and I see the frilly curtains and I see all the little figurines and all that, I go, oh, no, we don't want that. But if I go in the house and I see an engine block on an engine stand, that's the right gal right there. Maybe she even has a gym. She's got her bench, her plates, the rack with the dumbbells. That's the gal that I want. And that gal doesn't exist down here. All right. My partner is carnivore. He is great. Excellent. See, that's great. It's like the great Ducklo Till is riding with us every step of the way. Well, there you go. Oh, the machete's cutting stuff. There you go. Yeah. She repairs everything. She's awesome. Yes, she is. That's why I like watching her videos. And a bunch of ducks and geese and all the other. Got like 10 kids. I can see why she's got 10 kids. So, I think most people, they like a capable woman. That's what people like. And she is the superhero butter lady or butter woman or whatever. Weird idea is good. There you go. Art Power, Annabella. Yes, that is so sweet. Oh, thank you. There you go. All right. Good ones always leave too soon. Yeah, that's true. That's why I'll be around forever, because I'm not one of the good ones. Can't afford acupuncture now that my rent's gone up so much. That's the other problem. The central bankers and their funny money. Why do I have deleted comments here? What is this? Interesting. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, that's very true. Carnivore cuts right through the BS. If you're only going some lurks, you miss out on one of the... Yeah, exactly. My husband and I started talking without seeing a pic. We've been married 21 years now. Very smart, very smart. When your relationship is based on looks, it has an expiration date. That's the thing. But then again, I'm not saying that ugly, is everything. I'm just saying it's what may be ugly to one person is not to another. My idea of the perfect woman would scare the heck out of 90% of the guys I know. They'd be like, no, I don't want that. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. All right. Bacon, there we go. I'm going to church Sunday. All right. Church is a great social club, for people, especially when you live by yourself. If you can go to a church that doesn't try to get your money all the time, you're doing good. Oh, good. I stopped going to church being single. I've been around so many married couples. Well, that makes sense. Singing refreshes the soul. I'm Christian, but I don't judge anyone for not being Christian. That's fine. She may have not lost... Yeah, that's a dog if it would have eaten a meat-based diet. Teeth? My teeth are crooked, but they stay white. They don't look too bad. My friends think I use some kind of whitening, and I don't. My dental health sure improved quitting carbs. Exactly. And it's not just the fact that your teeth rot. I think that when your blood sugar is more controlled, the blood vessels going to your teeth have better circulation. I think that's my theory. A lot of people say, well, if you get an infection, it spreads to your body. I think it's the opposite. I think that when you get infections in your mouth, that's because your circulation is screwed up. That's why people's gums are receding, because they're constantly bombarding their body with sugar. It's destroying your blood vessels. And then once your blood vessels are destroyed, you start to become, you start falling apart. It's like when I shake the hands of most people, they feel cold, almost like ice. When you shake my hands, it's warm. And that's the thing. The other day, when Caleb was being interviewed by someone, he said, Rick thinks many things are disgusting. It was funny. Well, I'm glad that Caleb mentioned me. I haven't seen him in the lives lately, but I did see him. Where did I see him? I saw him last week in a video. So I watch too many videos. I just can't go. How did the dumpster diving go? Find any meat? Yes, I got some dumpster chicken. Everyone make Duck Dynasty. There we go. Made that pic of you with the iguana with the messed up eyes. Okay. Okay. I wasn't meant to be with my ex. We are still friends. Okay. Having my mindset and determination get started back in 2020 has motivated me along with my sister that got me started. Excellent. A bit of mystery meat with an unidentified tail. Well, that's it. All right. Ravioli dog food. Now, last live stream with Dr. Kiltz and Carrie. I commented on the tribe, not YouTube. Why is Rick not featured in the movie? He hasn't read it out loud, but he did mention Rick straight away twice. He read. Okay. Younger Rick was looking like a male model. Thank you. When are you coming on my channel? Well, you have to... you told me in September sometime that you would have time. You have to let me know, and I will be on your channel. You know me. I never say no. I hope you'll find somewhere that's what you're waiting, dear. Someone get him a shoot. Oh, no. Okay. There's no one at my church. All right. Okay. Yep. My headache went away with my only coffee instead of... There you go. Well, if coffee works for you, you're better off with coffee than ibuprofen. I guarantee that. Okay. Meat roast in my freezer every Christmas and then would not come back for them. Encourage them just to eat them, so I did. Nice. So they left you with some meat. Cats are on the standard American cat diet. Raw meat, but it was so difficult and I have so many 10, it would be very time consuming. I guess the cats get addicted to the duck food. What you should do is put some ducktails on them and then teach them how to quack. That way they'll be duckies. Genetics are important. All right. I'm a good cook. Next guy will like that. Let him be carnivore keto. Well, there you go. Mind whom will you mate with for your kids' sake. Yep. Actually, yes. Laura Russell, but she is married, but she is very attractive. I have to admit that. And we do sort of alternate on the keto cookout. So, yes, I like women like Laura Russell. I've mentioned that before. Yes. I'm not saying how tall I am. Rick might come and get me. Right? Okay. Obama made our military walk a mile in red high heels. I don't remember that. That's pretty sad. My parents did. Yes. Yes. And Laura is also very attractive. Don't be offended. I'm just saying. That's something that I have to agree with. My cat made it to 20 on Fancy Feast. Well, there you go. Okay, I'm going to try the raw chicken breast diet and see what happens. Lab rat cat. I gave Milton some dumpster chicken, and he devoured it. So he didn't get sick. So he likes dumpster chicken. Yep. And Lambs is here. Morning, Rick and gang. Good morning. Glad you're here. We have 56 now. So we're getting close to 60. That's great. I think the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock range is when we get the most people. And that's great. Thanks, Obama. I see somebody has the Clippy logo. I guess you're probably a follower of the Louis Rossman channel. So that seems to be a popular thing. No wonder lions are very chill. You must be lions because they're carnivore. Exercise, sprinting, and kill prey. Yep. That's like Milton. You should see when Milton gets mad. He's vicious. Laura Russell is coming on my live. Well, that's excellent. 2 years ago, no problems. Surprise for me is that quitting plant fiber was the cure for hemorrhoids. I couldn't believe it. Awesome. I've never had hemorrhoids, thankfully, but I can only imagine that's not fun. Spreads wings. Quack, 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 quack. Okay. Good morning. Very nice. Yes, that is very nice. All right. Let's see. Oh, we're getting there. She is amazing. Cindy, can't wait to watch. Yes, she is. Would you meet? No. I have, and I got sick. I've gotten diarrhea every time. Even when the seed oil was very slight amount, I get diarrhea. Even when I didn't know it was cooked in seed oils. People often try to give me meat, and they don't tell me, but I find out when I'm on the toilet and I'm there urgently, I know what happened. We're going to handle them, Rick, when the time is right, the bankers. I hope so. They're parasites. They need to be eliminated. There's two ways to eliminate them. One, don't go into debt. If you did that, you would eliminate them. But since most people want to go into debt, I guess the only other option is to extract them, just like a tick that's biting you or a flea. You just get rid of it. Right. Yeah, right. Rick's rants. They come up every now and then. Everything is better on carnivore, yes. Dental health improves by not eating often. Okay. But I eat 3 times a day, so I don't know. Excellent. What's that noise? One thing about me, I'm very sensitive to low frequency sounds. Whenever there's a car driving around, I can hear that. So that's it. People have all those modern toxins in them and are in need of a cleanse deeply. Well, there you go. Go on an iguana fast, which we can do, of course. All right. When is Carrie's movie coming out? I'm not even going to try to guess. I would say next year. But every time I talk about Carrie's movie, I offend too many people. I heard the whole process of being featured in Healing Humanity was that you'd be followed for a year by Carrie in windowless van. That's funny, in a windowless van. See, my van has windows, so that's just... Hey, if Carrie even bothered to come to Miami, I'd be impressed. If I saw Carrie out there right now, I'd run out there and I'd grab him and I'd say, come on in. Let's join in the live stream. But as soon as Carrie would see me, he'd be running. Just thinking, uh-oh, what's Rick going to do to me? But I would definitely, I'd bring him in. I want to meet Carrie. I'm looking forward to it. You know, hopefully at the Hack Your Health. I'm easy to spot, let me tell you. How many people are 6'6"? Very few. How many people have 1950s greased down hair? Very few. How many people wear colorful shirts like this? Although, thanks to my friend Alia Wells, I actually have another shirt, which I haven't taken pictures of yet because I haven't been clean long enough to wear it until now. Maybe I'll do it this morning. But I actually have a Dr. Kilt shirt that she sent me. So that's really nice. And watch DuckTales with your friends. The 1987 version. Hey, there we go. Here comes our celebrity viewer. And I don't have a sound, but I need to make a sound of somebody lighting a cigar and pouring coffee. That's what I need to do. Old guy carnivore, Mitch. Hey, Mitch. Glad that you're here. I'm glad that you've been listening to me. And hopefully you haven't gotten offended. But then again, I don't say anything. I think one time Mitch actually said that he agreed with everything that Rick says. So that's a really nice compliment. And I really appreciate that. And I'm going to try to live up to that as long as I'm doing live streams. So glad you're here, Mitch. Don't stay too long. You have a busy day. I hope you got out there and got some of your exercise in. I'm sure you made another great video for us. I saw the last one where you walked around the canal and you went pretty far and then went back. So if anyone says that the carnivore diet is not appropriate for everyone, they haven't watched Mitch's channel because you can see the results. You need to ask Laura if she has any single female friends she hunts with. Well, there you go. Maybe that's the way to go. I've had people try to matchmake me for years, but most of the women out there, they take one look at me and they run the other way. It's like, no, I'm not dating Lurch. And there we go. High carb people have cold hands and feet. All the ones that I've known seem to, but that's just been my experience. I think it's a good idea to adopt a buddy for my 7-month-old cat. I've been afraid I can't manage them. What do you say? You have 10. So you must be talking to Lewis. Okay. We heard Oscar the Grouch chase you out the dumpster. I love trash. All right. We have 4 cats. Just keep them separated for a while. I've had some serious cat fights around here, so I like having just one. When I have a 4-way cat fight, don't even try to separate that because it's like sticking your hand in a Cuisinart, a food processor. You're going to get scratched up pretty badly. Cats are lightning fast. You do not want to be anywhere near an angry cat. Milton already got me once when he got angry, just looking at another cat. All right, so, and the comments are coming in stronger. Now that Mitch is here, we have, wow, 50, is that 56? We might pass 60. Extraction formation in progress. It's going very well. Okay. Army RTC, red high heels while in uniform. Oh, that's ridiculous. How stupid is that? If I see a bunch of people in the Army wearing high heels, I'll be like, uh-oh. Better hide the sausage. Okay, how crazy is that? Rick should be the co-star of that movie. I don't know what movie you're talking about. Hopefully it's not The Healing Humanity because they don't want me anywhere near that movie. As far as I can tell, I'm sort of like persona non grata in any of the really popular channels, with a few exceptions. As we know, our favorite carnivore morning live stream actually seems to like me. And he's amazing himself, so I could never live up to that, at least not now. And Old Guy Carnivore says hi to Whisper and Bacon Baby. Wick should be a star. Okay, well, the van would be the... Must be hard to keep 2 cats in one room. Depends on the cat. And Mitch says hi, so I'm saying hi in return. Glad that you're here. You know that guy is... Oh, my goodness. She prefers to be very private, whatever. Okay, I'm not sure who that refers to, and Ellen is also here. So I guess Ellen came along with Mitch. Good morning, Rick Charger for Carnivore and chat friends, and good morning, Ellen. I'm glad that you're here. Was an awesome hypothesis. And cannibal diet, I think that's a last resort, but with the way people are medicated, I don't think I would touch them with a 10-foot pole. I'd probably be so medicated, I would probably just die from anaphylactic shock. So we're not going to do that. I might meet you before Carrie, even though I'm in Portugal. Okay, Miami is on my list of places to visit in the U.S. because of Rick. I want to see that garden by myself and go dumpster dive with Rick. Well, if you do come to Miami, let me know, and I will definitely give you the full experience, although right now my home is a total disaster. All right, salute Charles Lindbergh. And his father was actually a prominent politician who was very much against the central bankers. So that is kind of interesting. Cold hands, a sign of bad circulation. My hands, always warm, always. The only time they're cold is when I'm cutting up meat. That's about it. I take the meat out of the freezer and that's it. And yes, Ellen is here. Awesome. 2 cats are always better than 1. Well, that's, it could be true, but then you have too much competition for your meat. You two can fight over the expired meat. There you go. I saw a black cat. It looks so unhealthy compared to Milton. Well, Milton is very lean, but his fur is really shiny. Everybody that sees him says that he looks really good. I think he just looks like a regular black cat because my first cat was a black cat. Only saying hello. That's good. Finally making a live stream this week. Sorry, missed the party the last 2 Thursdays at Old Guy Carnivore. Things will slow down in the fall. All right. And let's see. What? You are a handsome guy. Really? Well, I hope your glasses are good. I mean, for a 57-year-old, I don't look bad. I could look better. I mean, I could look like Dr. Baker. But then again, I'm skinny. And I've accepted the fact that I'm always going to be skinny. And I love the fact that I can do a lot of things. You know, I'm quite flexible. I have no trouble getting into any position when I'm working. I sit down like this often. How many people start a live stream sitting like this? I mean, that's not a common thing. So if you think about it, there's a lot of advantages. The only disadvantage is that you can't impress somebody with a 420-pound bench press or, you know, doing curls with 60-pound weights or 100-pound dumbbells. But, hey, when it comes to fixing stuff, I can build a whole house. I can fix anything. So it's not too bad. It's a compromise. Life is a compromise, and not one person can be everything to everybody. I have to wean off Mitch. 4 a.m. doesn't work for me, but at least I have a lot of people I met from his channel in the later time frames. Well, there you go. That is the middle of the night. Yeah, that's true. The time change. I thought Mitch was supposed to be walking around. I'm sure he's already done his exercise, and he's come inside. He's probably working on editing another video, and he was nice enough to come here and listen to my live stream. So thank you, Mitch, for being here. And Mitch, again, is one of the very few of the popular YouTubers who regularly visits my live stream. And he is the only one that acknowledges me all the time on his live stream and even has a sound effect. Quack, 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 quack. Every time I hear that quack, quack, I have to laugh, even when I'm working. What's so funny, Rick? Oh, I'm listening to a live stream. You know, it's my friend Mitch. He has a live stream. You should watch it. Oh. It's kind of interesting, too, because I've had several people ask me about the live streams, and I've had some of my friends watch Mitch and other live streams, and they were asking about the carnivore movie, and this is what started the whole controversy in the beginning. It's basically, they have this carnivore movie. Why are you not in it, Rick? Why didn't they put you in the movie? I said, because the movie is called Healing Humanity, and you have to be sick to be in the movie. Why would they put me in the movie? I'm not sick. But what about the Maggie lady? She's not sick. Okay. I don't know. I guess they just don't like me. That's the way it is. Not everybody's going to be popular. Not everybody's going to be liked. And when you're trying to market something to the masses, the last thing you want to do is make the face, you know, one of the faces of your movie a quack. Because people are going to go, well, I don't want to do that because I might end up like Rick. That's not good. Outspoken, stubborn, and just totally quacked. Digging through the dumpster, that's not good for business. So that's probably what it is. But again, maybe one day Carrie and gang will make a video about it and explain why. They might say something generic like, well, there's so many people out there, we can't include everybody. So we had to select the ones that were most appropriate. That's probably what they'll say. And I'm not going to speculate on it. I really don't know. And at this point, it doesn't matter. Because unless the movie does really well, I may have to make my own version of the carnivore movie. Except mine will be a comedy. It's going to start off with a guy that is a teenager, and he's really frustrated with his life. He regrets the idea of having to go to high school. He's thinking, oh, well, I'm the skinniest and one of the shortest kids in school. I'm going to be picked on constantly. I just want to get my GED and get out of there. What can I do? I broke my arm. I'm starting school a couple of weeks late. How can I get out of school? Simple. I can give myself a heart attack. And I've been trying to get a heart attack ever since. And then I'll just have other people in there who have started the carnivore diet, probably a lot of you. And then you can relate your stories. And then I'll include a trip where I go from different farms, everything from cattle ranchers to dairy farms, even people that grow fruits and vegetables, and talk to them about the different ideas about diet and lifestyle. Try to find some older people that are in their 90s or 100s, put it in there, see what they eat, and just make the whole thing and call it, I don't know, a quacked version of life or something silly. And no promises. We're not going to heal anybody. We're not going to fix your problems. We're going to give you something to think about. You're going to laugh in the process, and that's going to be it. And you'll remember it as being just a good time, just something that you can recommend to others. There's no hope given. There's no hope taken away. It's up to you. You do what you want. That's what will happen. So we'll see what happens next year when the Healing Humanity movie finally comes out. We'll see what kind of reach it has. As you know, what I predicted, I'm not going to say it again because I'm not going to offend anybody, but my prediction hopefully does not come true. And hopefully it becomes very popular. On the bad side, though, if it gets too popular, our meat's going to be too expensive, and now we're going to have to struggle even more. But hopefully by next year, I'll already have my new location in mind, and I'll be in the process of moving out of here and getting access to meat, and that'll be that. So in a way, the longer it takes them to finish Healing Humanity, the better. I think. If it takes till 2027 or 2028, that's even better, because it'll have less pressure on us. Because if it did do really well, you know what's going to happen. The cost of meat is going to shoot way up, and then we're going to have 2 or 3 years where we can't afford any meat, which is pretty much what we're dealing with now. So, but anyway, that's what I feel. So it's another Rick rant. Let's get back to the comments, which is the most important thing here. Mitch and I are on the same wavelength. Yes, you are. Birds of a feather flock together. That is correct. And how are you today? How is your daughter doing? I'd rather have a man that can help me with the house, yard, cars, life stuff. Well, that's it. That's really good. You look very good for a 6'6", 57-year-old duck. Thank you, Thomas. Actually, you're looking better every day, every time I see you. You know, the thing about you, your biggest detraction is that your body is just, not shaped well yet. But your face looks really good. And you're improving. I think next year you're going to look even better. And you're the kind of person that's not going to give up and fall on the duck food. I think you're going to continue. So I think your best years are ahead of you. Don't be surprised if in a couple of years people don't even recognize you. So, but I think, that's what I think anyway. I love sharing. Dumpsters are usually abundant. Yes. I found salmon, beef, hundreds of eggs, butter, cheese, endless. Yes. What we should be able to do, there should be some way that we can network with people. So when they're going to throw stuff out, they could put it in sort of their own little private network and just have people come and grab it. Because really, when it comes down to it, it's win-win. Every time that you save something from the landfill, not only do you save money, but you're saving the environment. And Amy has some good wisdom here. Mitch and Rick are so genuine. Yes, we are genuine. But both of us can tend to offend people. That's the reason why neither one of us has major channels. Now, Mitch, he's got a lot more viewers than I do because he sort of came out there at the time when the carnivore diet was really getting popularity. And a lot of people can identify with him. And he's really intelligent. You can tell that Mitch has a high IQ. He's able to speak for long periods of time. He doesn't really ramble. He gets right on the point. I enjoy listening to him pretty much like no other. So, but yeah, we're definitely genuine. I agree with that. And good to see you. Yes. Let's see. All right. Pain levels have settled down. That's great. My daughter's very happy lately. Dance team. Boyfriend went off to college. I have capitulated to helping with expenses. There we go. And there we go. See, I was right. Correct, Rick. I walk, filmed, and have to go back to the editing now. My day off, LOL. Mitch never takes a day off, although he deserves a lot more than a day off. But you see, the thing about Mitch, and I can identify with this, you might want to take the day off, but then you start to see things that get you thinking. It's like you see something you don't understand or something you don't like or somebody says something that doesn't make sense and it builds up inside of you. Say, you know what? I got to tell somebody about it. And that's what happens. And then Mitch will go out there. He'll have his live stream. He'll start telling you exactly what he feels. And then if it offends you, hey, that's too bad. But a lot of us, you call yourself Mitch Fitz, you definitely enjoy it. I enjoy it. Because even when I'm not able to comment, I may be working. I've got my FM radio in, and I've got my laptop set up on Wi-Fi, and I'm listening to Mitch. So I may not be commenting, but I'm listening. And it's something I do every day. It's just, I can't go a day without it, really. Well, I am going a day without it today, but that's because I'm the one blabbing away. I'm glad to hear that. Yes. And Thomas says hi to Mitch, and that's great. Sun is shining. Carrie says they're hoping to make a series based off the movie. And that's for all the people that have gotten missed in the... Okay, let me go back here. We got a bunch of comments. Missed in the doc will have an opportunity to tell their story is my guess. Well, we'll see. I think whether or not there's a series is going to depend on how the movie does. So I agree with Carrie. There's no sense in rushing the movie. Let everybody else make their movies. And then when they feel the time is right, they can release the movie. If it bombs, maybe, I do think that it will be underwhelming at first. But the thing is, if the community, that's us, is included in it, I think it could end up being almost a cult classic. So what'll happen is, everybody expects this massive people to watch it. And I don't think that's going to happen. But if it's there, eventually, once they realize it's never going to be on Netflix, it's never going to be really popular, it'll go viral. People will start distributing it. They'll go, oh, screw it. I'm not going to worry about that copyright nonsense. Let's just make it available to everybody. And it'll start spreading around. It'll hit YouTube. It'll hit the BitTorrents and all that. And then it'll start building. And I think that's when the movie's really going to hit its own. I don't think it's going to be a blockbuster. I don't think it's going to be mainstream. But I think, this is just my theory. Now, again, if you're watching Carrie or any of Carrie's friends, I'm not insulting you. We went down this road before. There was a misunderstanding. I'm not saying that your movie's a scam. Your movie is not a scam. It's real. And you're documenting the lives of people that are no longer with us, at least 2 of them. So, but I think once it becomes released and is no longer trying to get it popular or get with the mainstream, that's when it's going to hit its own. And it's going to become a cult classic. And I think eventually people are going to start to talk about it. So if you're expecting a blockbuster, you're going to be disappointed. This is my opinion. But I think that as time goes on, if you include people, and this is what I like so much about Dr. Kiltz, because he always talks about this inclusion, how we all have to kind of be involved in this. If it's just one group pushing it out there, it's not going to be a really big deal. But if we all kind of get into it, we stop isolating ourselves and try to work together, I think it'll work. But my theory is this. I don't care if people know about the carnivore diet. What we need to do, what I want to do, is to get the food supply up. So in other words, if we're going to tell everybody to be carnivore, where are they going to get the meat from? It's not there. We got to start now. We got to network the people who produce the meat, the people who distribute the meat. And again, the longer it takes Kerry to make his movie, the better. I think if it waits till 2027, that's a good thing. Because maybe by then, we'll have enough contacts where we can start building the herd. The herd reached record lows. There's not enough meat for everybody. It takes 2 to 3 years for the herd to get built back up. We really need to concentrate on that. And I think, of course, there's other meats. I mean, there's poultry and there's pork and all that. I think that what we need to do is to concentrate on the farming and the regenerative side of it. I think all of us, if you live near a farm, we need to contact farmers and ranchers. We need to have sort of like an adopt a farm rancher program where you can make friends with different people. Some of us have talents that we can use. We can trade them for food. We can trade them for supplies. People that are able to, let's say your farmer has one of those tractors that has the stupid electronic controls. Well, if you have to go through the dealer, it's a nightmare. But there's hackers out there. There's people that are electronics enthusiasts that can figure it out. You can make trade. If you can make a network where you connect the food source with the consumer, that would be the way to go. And when the movie comes out, great. But I do think that its best days are ahead of it. I think the initial premiere will be a disappointment. And I hope that people don't get totally disappointed and give up on it, because the concept is very good. And I do believe that with time, it will become more and more important. And again, that's my opinion. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, although I've been right also. So anyway, that's what I'm going to say on that. We have some more hellos. When was the last time you cheat? Ice cream? Why would I eat ice cream? That's crap. I hate ice cream. My idea of a cheat is a delicious steak. My last cheat was in November when I had a big tomahawk steak. My vegan friend, she bought me a tomahawk steak in exchange for letting my duck dinner released. And I haven't seen him lately, so I guess eventually got run over by a car or eaten by a predator. But I was going to turn Mr. Ducky into a dinner, and she traded him for ribeye. So that was my last cheat. When I think of cheating, I think about gaining an advantage. Like, for example, when you're in school and you cheat on a test, you cheat on a test to get the advantage of getting an A, rather than having to do it the hard way. And I actually found one of my cheat codes when I was taking analytic geometry over about 40 years ago. And I'll dig that up. In fact, if I have it, I'll show it to you on camera. You'll get a laugh out of this thing. But anyway, let me go back to the comments. But no, I haven't had ice cream 40 years or whatever. I didn't even eat ice cream when I went plant-based. The last time I had ice cream, I believe I was like 14 or 15 years old. And I hate ice cream because it always made my teeth hurt. Today, I drink ice water and chew ice and my teeth never hurt. But when I was a kid, ice cream would make my teeth hurt really, really bad. In fact, my mother actually bought me a toothpaste called Sensodyne. It had like a sine wave on it. I'm not sure why, but I'd have to brush my teeth with that. And still, it made my teeth hurt. I try very hard, dear. We can shoot your movie easy. It might even be ready before the other. Well, I don't want to make a movie until we have the meat supply under control, and then I'll make one. I definitely want to make an amateur movie. Several people have made their own little carnivore documentaries. But mine is not going to be about carnivore. It's going to be about sustainable living and carnivore. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that is true. I think carnivore, well, most people are addicted to sugar. And Graceful Lily's here. Good day. And they will not give up the sugar. Yes, that's true. And again, sugar has been manipulating civilizations for centuries. Sugar has a long history, and that movie that I was mentioning before is actually a very good one to explain the whole sugar, well, what's behind sugar. I will never catch up with these comments. Let's see, we have 54. So it went down a little bit, but we still have plenty of comments. Aw, shucks. Thank you, Rick. No, you deserve it. You definitely do. And Bob is here. Carnivore Talk. Hello from Northeast Ohio. Well, hello from Southeast Florida. And I guess I'll see you on Monday, like I usually do, unless I have more car trouble or whatever else happens. My life is always full of interesting problems. I'd like a man like that, too. Well, there you go. They won't give up sugar. Yeah. Sazerus, yeah. Non-American call it standard atrocious diet, which makes sense. I call it the duck food diet. Quack, duck food. Quack, 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 quack. I love duck, though. It's funny, I love ducks, and yet I feed them duck food. That's not good. I guess this one's for Mitch. Love what you do. You don't want to take days off. That is correct. And let's see here. Hi, Bacon. Okay. There we go. Look at that. A lot of hellos to each other. Carnivore is best. No more diabetes. No more high blood pressure. Easy weight loss. Yep. And you've seen my blood pressure. It's fine. No problems. So fast and easy. Yep. I'm a Texan. All right. No food wasted. Fruit. Yeah, exactly. Now, again, I'm not saying that eating fruit is bad. For example, if you have one of these trees in your yard and you want to eat these avocados, why not? But what you do, after you eat the avocado, you plant the seed. What about the skin and all the leftovers? You throw it out the window into the yard. It goes back into the soil. And after you eat the avocado, it goes through your digestive system and it comes out as poop. The poop then goes into the septic tank, or if you're like me, it goes in with the animal waste and the plant waste into the digester tank, which produces gas you can cook with. So the life cycle of something like this in my yard is completely carbon negative, or at least carbon neutral, because everything is used on site. There's no methane released. It's all good. Maybe I should try to eat an avocado and see. You can see the expression I have, but I might do that. If my friend doesn't come over, he's supposed to come over in a little bit, I'll go ahead and I'll cut this one up and I'll try some avocado, because I hate avocado, but I'll do it for you. And again, I have no problem with growing and distributing fruit. I think that eating fruit and meat is better than eating duck food. I don't really consider fruit to be duck food, although they do eat it. Fruit is good. Some fruits are good for fattening up cattle, and definitely pigs will eat anything. Anything a human being can eat, a pig will eat. So if you like pork, having vegetables and fruits is great. Yeah, just shop once in a while. That's right. Yep, that's it. Okay. Nice. 7:30 a.m. I'm hungry. Just threw some wings in the air fryer. Well, there you go. That's great. I will go to the Montello Theater to see the movie. Because there you go. If you live nearby, you can go there. I don't know if Carrie's going to charge admission for it or just show it to you. But their theater is, what, $5 or something? It's like really affordable. I'd pay $5 to watch a movie at his theater. I think those little small town theaters are cool. That's one of the things I like about Carrie's channel. What I'd like to see, though, is if they could bring back the neon sign and get rid of that ugly barn thing that somebody put on there. That thing, it looks pretty bad, but, you know, that movie theater is old as can be, and it's great. In Miami, that would have been bulldozed years ago to build an apartment building. Yeah, get to know the farmers. Every one of us. I don't have that option here because there is no farm or ranch within an hour and a half of driving here. I'd have to go all the way up to Lake Okeechobee. But once I get my truck running, I'm going to try to do that. I'm going to see who is the closest ranch, and hopefully I'll make enough money by then I can buy some meat. I'd like to meet some of the farmers or ranchers that are upstate. I've been to Iowa twice. Once, okay. There you go. You live near me, yeah, that's right. Okay, let's see here. I'll never catch up. Will I catch up? No. today things are going really well when it comes to the comments. Let's see. Yeah, Australia. I do have a good relationship with one of my local ranchers farmers. Yes, see, that's good. You live in the country, that's an advantage. Come over, I will tour you around and have some nice focaccia. Well, there you go. See, Ellen. I hope to move somewhere one day. All right, so we'll go through that. Saying hi and more highs. And we're getting close to the elusive end. Not really. Okay. Huh. Growing pain leg on my back. Okay. See any grouse around your place? Mitch always says, I fill up the comments section. I'm a chatter. Well, you're welcome here. That's fine. All right. You got to burn the boats at some point. Yes. I've not seen Ellen. Not even Mitch. I haven't seen anyone either except for Russ. My friend Russ Mitchell. Could use... Yes. Yes, you could. All the cat poop from our 4 cats, mix it with some grass clippings and some other plant material, and you can make all the... Well, you can make some of the methane that you use. Yes, that's what I do. I use cat and dog waste, which my friends collect, including my vegan friends. They bring me a bucket. I dump the bucket into the container. I fill it up about a foot of poop and then maybe 2 feet of plant material with water. I always grind up the plant material with the lawnmower first, dump it all in there, along with rotten fruits and vegetables and whatever. Screw the lid on, let it ferment for a couple of weeks. When it builds pressure, it runs into the air mattress. And then once the air is purged out of it, see, I like the air mattress because you can roll it up, and as it inflates, there's very, very little air. It goes through the check valve, goes through the yellow plastic pipe that goes to my kitchen. I have a filter to filter out the acids and the other things that would rust the pipe, and that's it. I use that silica gel that they tell you not to eat that comes in the packages, along with some fertilizer, and I produce clean, natural gas. But unlike the natural gas you get from the utility, there is no odor added, so there's no smell to it. So you want to make sure that you turn off the valve every day before going to bed. That way you don't get a leak. So what I do, when I go to run my stove, it has a pilot light in. I have to light the pilot light, and then I use the stove. And then the pilot light runs all day. At the end of the day, I shut it off, and then next day I light it. So it's a pretty good routine, and it works really well. And I can cook with it, and it keeps the methane out of the atmosphere. All right. I love fruit. I had a mango at Christmas with no negative effect. Well, that's good. Some people can eat fruit without a problem. To anyone who's unfamiliar, Rick's term duck food comes from when he was a kid and would throw some of the non-meat dinner items out of the window behind his parents' back. Yes, that is correct. That's why I call it duck food. They call it. And you know, the other thing is you can use it in the garden, but once you ferment it, it makes excellent compost. And when you clean out your biodigester tank, dump it on your banana plants or whatever else you're growing, there are no more active bacteria. They've all been destroyed, and it's an excellent compost. It will supercharge your garden. You have no idea how powerful that stuff is. There's a lot of nitrogen in carnivore poop. And that nitrogen is not lost in the process. A lot of times when you have urine and poop and all that outside, it produces ammonia, which can become a gas, and you lose a lot of your nitrogen. But when your poop is fermented in a closed container, that becomes nitrates, which are very available to the plants. It's just as good as commercial fertilizer. It's not as strong, but it won't nitrogen burn your plants with the nitrates. Very, very good. So there is no waste material, and there is no smell. Once the bacteria have done their job, there is no smell. It's a lot of work to wash out the tank, but buy yourself a pressure cleaner. It makes it easy. And it's great. Having free cooking gas, you don't have to have propane tank. You don't have to get a permit from the government to have your tank and all that. Just put your digester out there, hook it up to your stove, and start cooking. That's what I've done. It's awesome. Yeah, I can't take trips. I have a cat. I got the same problem. How's the BS today so far? How was yesterday? Yeah, that's right. That is correct. And breakfast and lunch. I don't like bread. I'm against bread. I will never eat it, although I have made it for other people. I just don't like it. I hate bread. Oh, okay. Blood sugar's under control. Poop, sure, yeah. That's right. And poop has a lot of nitrogen, especially carnivore poop and urine. But, you know, the urine in the cat litter is a bentonite clay. The urine is absorbed. That's why it doesn't smell that bad. Dump it on your banana plants, and that urine is released as nitrates, and the bananas grow massive. I had one friend that wouldn't eat the bananas because I put poop on the banana plants. Okay. Oh, warmer place. Well, okay. The logos are so boring and lifeless. All those box shops, food joints. Everything now is a box. That's the corporate mentality. Put you in a box and get you used to it. That's all it is. All animals poop. Now ours has to go into the water. Seems lame. We need an art renaissance. Well, that's going to be up to the younger generation to rebel, which they will. They're going to get tired of the BWG, black, white, and gray, and they're going to go to something like I have, the old days. Maybe not as junky, but there is no black, white, and gray anywhere in my junky house. No matter where you go. I mean, there are white. These lights are white that I picked out of the garbage. The ceiling was white, but it's all cracked. There's some air conditioner, you know. Black, white, and gray is not something that I will ever do. I always find a way around it. I'll get some wood, some bricks, some rocks, and that's it. And when I get my new place, it's going to be even better. It's going to be more Rick style. I like to put neon around the outside of my house. I had it before, got destroyed by the hurricane, but I'll do it again. I have it in my bedroom, as you've probably seen. My cat's poop is breaded in cat litter. Cat litter is clay. Very, very effective soil conditioner. Rick, yeah, methane gas to cook with. That is correct. There's actually a big bag that you can buy, although it's overpriced. It's called the Home Biogas Digester. That looks good, Thomas. 3 strips of bacon, 5 eggs, 3 burger patties. Nice. Cooked in the fat. And our next celebrity visitor, we have Dustin, Keto Simple, a regular viewer of the channel, and what I would consider a friend. And another cat man, by the way. So if you haven't checked out Keto Simple, tomorrow morning at 7:30, what are you waiting for? Pop on the computer and look for Dustin. Thomas, you're making me hungry. Yes, you're making all of us hungry. Cup of fatty coffee. Well, there you go. Oh, excuse me. Cats can be trained to travel. Yes, that's true. And Kurt has returned. Well, I'm glad that you have returned. Getting ready for a granddaughter's birthday party. Does that mean duck food cake, or is that a big steak? Help my back pain. I'm lucky I've never had to experience back pain, but I know a lot of people who have. And the thing is, I'm always shocked when I see people that are younger and in really good shape. I met this one guy. I was looking at him and thinking, man, you look great. You know, you're 35. You got a great physique. I wish I had a body like that. Oh, my back, my back, my back. So he sees me working on the floor, squatting down, trying to fix an outlet. I don't know how you do that. What do you mean how I do that? I could never sit like that. Really? Yeah. Oh, I do it all the time. Then when he saw how I can cross my legs, like twist them around, it's like kind of, you know, how do you do that? I mean, I can sit like this and be perfectly comfortable, as you can see. No problem. No issues. But I'm the exception to the rule. I don't know if it's a carnivore diet or what, but I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Cat does not like parties. Neither do I. Morning. I wonder why. Is that because of your surgery recovery or some other issues? But then again, my phone link is not working because Milton decided to take it. I had it plugged in and I put it on the countertop and it disappeared. So Milton probably put it behind one of the stereos or something. I'm going to have to tear this room apart, and it's so full of stuff I can't even get around. So I don't know what happened to my phone link, but anyway, that's why the phone number is not up today. Did you go off plan and it caused your pain? For the rest of my comment, suggested a meetup at his garden with all of us. That would be a blast. We could even organize that clutter and recover the lights. Well, hopefully these lights will be disassembled and put away in the next few days, because if not, they'll rust out. Good morning, Brian. Why are you so unhappy right now? Could you run generator and poop gas? You could, but the problem is it would burn up the fuel way too quickly. You're better off using wood gas, which can be produced on spot and is very, very good. My wallet is starving. I know the feeling. I know the feeling exactly. Okay. And the comments have just multiplied. Can we do anything to help cheer you up? Oh. Battery died, had to jump and then paid $300 for a new one. Oh boy. You know, I can tell you about battery issues. Oh yeah. This was me last week. One of the batteries in my van was going bad. So I had to give it the, what do you call it? Epsom salt treatment, because my battery was going bad and I didn't have the money to get another one. So I had to do that. And if you don't know what this is, it's for measuring the acidity level of the battery. It got sulfated, but I was able to recover it. And I drove the van during the week and it was fine. But every 3 years seems like these batteries go bad. They used to last longer, not anymore. And Jamette is here. Hi, Rick, Milton, and Quacks. Well, hello. Glad that you're here. My mom used to make beautiful homemade bread. Yeah. I hate bread, though. That's just me. Okay. Still happens from time to time. Yeah, the nerve damage from the amputation. Exactly. I just bought another pork shoulder. There you go. You got the reward points. I need to go over to Winn-Dixie after this is over. If it's not raining, I'll hop on the bicycle. I'm not driving the van because I'm trying to save fuel. Yeah, 2000 Lexus. There you go. I don't even have a car. My newest vehicle is a 1998. That's how old it is. I just chopped up a hot dog and fried it with 3 eggs. Nice. 6 minutes and cleaned up 2. Excellent. Screw these electronic conveniences. I agree with you. We do stuff old-fashioned around here. All right. Okay. Is it a diesel? I mean, all mine are diesels except for the Chargers, but I guess he's talking to Kurt. Hebrew National knockwurst. I never heard of a knockwurst. Heard of a bratwurst, but never a knockwurst. Anyone eats that much food? I'm having 5 wings. Well, you wouldn't want to know how much I eat. 2017 Ford. Okay. I have a 98 and a 1990 Ford. Special battery. Not lead. Oh, boy. Oh, those AGM crap. I hate those things. I had somebody give me 2 of them for my truck. It lasted a year, and they went to crap. There was no way of adding electrolyte, so they just dried up and oxidized. Stupid. Stupid battery. You stick a battery like that in a hot climate like Florida, how dumb. The old batteries where you could check the level, I had a battery last me 10 years one time in my 69 Charger. Seems like as they do more technology, things last less. I guess they do it on purpose. So you gotta keep buying their overpriced batteries. When you buy the battery, it's $300, and when you get rid of it, it's worth $5 in junk. Nice. 5 eggs. Nice. That looks good. Eggs have gotten cheaper lately. Well, not here. They're still double what they were last year. Been okay. Bitch misses lives. Excellent. All right. Wow. Do I have 61 people? That's impressive. Always between 10 and 11. This seems to be the popular time. They claim they last longer. They don't. They do not last longer. The typical lead-acid battery of the old days lasted the longest because they don't overheat as much. It takes a lot more heat to damage a lead-acid battery than those stupid AGM garbage. I call them all garbage matters. They're just trash. All right. Still manage catch most of Mitch's live streams. Well, there you go. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, new AGM. Hate them things. I need new batteries soon. Trying to milk it as long as I can. Just bought 4 new tires. The tires on my truck are dry rotted, but I put new tires on the van a couple of years ago. And Retired Rick is here. Good morning, everyone. Just call me Sleepyhead. Well, there you go. I'm glad that you're here. Head up. That's it. Wasn't that old scam? A head up applied directly to forehead. People actually bought that thing. Oh, well. Okay. Backseat T. Lost sensation in one of my legs. It's all from the cyst. Yeah. Hopefully they'll take care of that one of these days. Wow. I guess everyone's trying to keep me from catching up. And Retired Rick. There we go. And how is your shoulder now? All right. Okay. Yeah, it won't start. Yeah, that's it. Once a computer doesn't have enough voltage, it's dead. Not like the old days. My 69 Charger one time, the battery was almost dead. I put the battery in the canal to cool it off. I closed the choke. I got under there. I used a screwdriver to activate the starter relay, held the choke down, bam, and it fired up. And I got back home. By the time I got home, it was charged. Good old technology. We need to bring that back. That battery is what I want. Yeah, exactly. All the old stuff. I have a push button start. No bueno. As you know, all my vehicles start with a key. So I hope I never have to buy any vehicle newer than 2000. I keep my old crap running. I love my old cars. They're the best, especially my Chargers. That's my favorite car. I know people say, well, wouldn't you rather have a Lamborghini? I'm like, no way. I wouldn't want to drive around that piece of junk. And the thing is, there's no trunk in the thing. What happens if I go by a trash pile and there's some goodies in there? Where am I going to put it? There's no place to put it. With my truck, I can load it in the back. My van, that thing is a beast. I put in these 8-foot light fixtures stacked all the way to the top. I can haul engines in that thing. That's an E350 with a diesel. I can tow a Bobcat with it. Shoot, I could tow my friend's giant Bobcat with it. I can tow a small dozer with it. What good is a Lamborghini? Totally useless. You sit low. I guess if you ran into a semi-truck, it would be good because you could survive because you could go underneath it without getting killed like they did when some, illegal driver made a U-turn on the turnpike and somebody drove a minivan into it and they all got killed. You would think it would have been like Smokey and the Bandit movie where he goes under the truck and the roof comes off and I think his hat was peeled back. But that's not the way it works. Or Sheriff Roscoe. Sheriff Roscoe, it's the same thing. Roscoe P. Coltrane. I love it. I love it. All right, let's see. Check manual. Okay. Nice. Like it. Like it. We don't care. Mitch's button. I want to get one of the buttons. There used to be an easy button. There's a way to hack it. And I was going to change it into the duck it button because, people use the F word. I always used to say Duck it. Duck it. I don't like it. Duck it. You know, what should I do with it? Duck it. That was my thing. Just duck it. Duck it. Duck it. I said that for years, so I need to make a duck it button. And then have like duck sounds, quack, quack, or Muscovy duck. Muscovy ducks are funny. They make some pretty weird sounds. And all the females can quack, they almost never do quack. I've had them quacking, but very rarely. No male ducks quack. They make quack-like sounds. And Muscovy ducks, they just go, they sound like they're breathing hard and they waddle. So I used to joke, all the unhealthy people, they're like the male Muscovy ducks, waddling and quacking. 8 or 10 wings. Awesome. I've never heard of a knockwurst. Yep. I hope so. Right? That is very true. All right. Let's see. Keith. I guess Keith has popped back in. I guess you're still in the process of moving. Hopefully, when you get moved, you will enjoy your new location over there in the other part of the world. Pork is on sale. Yeah. Beef is extremely expensive. In the entire week, I've only had, I think, 1 pound of beef in the entire week. I've eaten a lot of chicken and a lot of pork. And if this economy keeps up the way it is, I'm going to have to eat a lot of iguana. But they are starting to increase in number, so I may have to go hunting and get my freezer full of iguana. That too helps us, yeah. I got iguana cravings like crazy lately. It's almost like an addiction. All right. There we go. 60, yes. 60 people. Shows 57 right now. I guess I scared a few people away. Or they got sleepy and fell asleep. Good morning. Good morning. I've had good luck with the batteries from Sam's Club. Okay. That's good to know. I've always recycled my older batteries. I used to be able to desulfate them and recycle them with new acid, get a second life out of them. I've even taken old batteries and melted them down and rebuilt them for my power backup. But my power backup has gone bad. I haven't done anything with it. So they're probably totally shot by now. Yeah, prayer request. Can't hurt, right? Dodge van. 72 and like a new Dart. Those were great cars. The Dodge Dart was a cheap car that ran forever. They basically rusted away and got junked. All right. What's your take on EFB enhanced flooded batteries? I've never had to use one, but you are right. AGM batteries are terrible under heat. They evaporated. The lead acid batteries, the ones that I use, they last 3 or 4 years because they're cheaply made. But the good ones will last 10 years. I've had that happen. The old diehards they used to sell at Sears, those were extremely good batteries. They were like black and sort of a translucent plastic. They were easy to rebuild. All you had to do was cut around the bottom with a knife, pull the top off, and they were very easy to rebuild. Those were good batteries. But Sears, pretty much gone. They haven't sold batteries in ages. Everything now is El Cheapo corporate crap. All right. I can see Rick with an old ice cream truck, converted truck that sells homemade beef duck jerky on a stick, or has a bunch of iguanas hanging in it, and a giant duck on top. There you go. That's right. That's it. Duck it. Duck it, man. Duck it. He'd be selling junk out of it. do 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 do. Do 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 do. Remember that one? Okay. Doing very well. Okay, plus a cooking video. Yes. My cooking video didn't get a lot of views. I think I got a lot of bad comments. What are you eating? What is that? That's nasty. Look at that refrigerator. It looks like a serial killer lives there. I learned in school a long time ago. There you go. 3 more weeks, I think. Okay. So the moving is still going. It's going to be going on. Picanha was 3.23 pounds. His other truck would be the one from Sanford and Son. Well, my pickup truck definitely looks like Sanford and Son right now. It's full of junk. Even though I'm not driving, I just use it as a place to put the scrap for my friend to pick up. But when it's on the road, yeah, it's... I thought about... Well, I've played it before, the Sanford and Son theme when I was in my truck. I had somebody look at me thinking, yeah, that's about right. Something I knew a lot, okay. Not a bad idea for Rick, but how would he pay for the meat? Dumpster chicken? Oh, that's ridiculous. Dodge Dart. Yep. See? People remember the Dart. It was a great car. It's a shame they don't make cars like that anymore, thanks to the government. Rick's dumpster chicken cart. Dumpster. When people say dumpster, it usually gives a bad look. When I say dumpster, I get excited. Oh, where? Where's the dumpster? I had to get a new battery. A new one was, yeah, right? Just don't advertise the dumpster part. Never had a daughter of my own. I like the look. It was the last square car. Well, the K cars were pretty square too, but they were garbage. Oh, yes. I ate it. I've eaten a lot of meat from the dumpster. I've eaten roadkill. Believe me. When you're poor, you eat what you can get. And that's it. With a quack quack here and a quack quack there. Crazy Rick had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. And on his farm he had iguana. E-I-E. You should play that theme song, but with ducks quacking. Chasing iguana that ran out of the dumpster. That's how he discovered the dumpster meat. That or parking lot chicken or canal duck. I didn't want to show you where the dumpster was, but it's by the canal. It's in the back of the Presidente supermarket. I try to not show my sources because I want to try to maintain some privacy. Make videos. He's not carnivore. He loves my cooking videos. Well, there you go. Okay. Butch told me picanha was cut up. Try. Yeah, that's what it is. That's all it is. Yeah, butcher. That's what I figured. Cooking. He was fasting for his religion. Okay. Not to send any videos. Photos or videos of cooking. I can see Rick as Sanford and Son truck. What can we name it? Rick's Duckster truck. Well, my truck looks like something that would have been on Sanford and Son. Yes, it is. And I caught up with the comments. Look at that. Tesla cars are quite beautiful. I don't like Tesla cars, but I don't like any car with a plastic bumper. I tell everybody I will not drive a car with a plastic bumper. I don't like plastic. I try to keep my plastic to a minimum. My food will be chicken, duck, rabbit, and eggs. Occasionally pork and beef. Not so much steak as now. That's right. They eat different over there. They might have iguanas, though. Isn't that correct? Yes. That's right. That's true. You need your anthem and sing it at the end like Varkay does. Well, there you go. I'll have to make something up. Great background today, Rick. Well, it's my room, you know. I've had people tell me, where did you get this background? Then I reached over there and I showed them this. They're like, I've never seen a virtual background like that. Well, that's because it is not a virtual background. It is the real deal. Yep. Duck is my favorite. Ducky, ducky, ducky. When I see all those ducks by the canal, I start getting hungry. I watch them wagging their little tails and waddling around. I'm thinking, deep fried duck. Yum, yum. Love ducky. Rum cow. Okay. Still watch Sanford and Son. You fish-eyed fool. You a heathen. That was funny. I remember rabbit starvation on the meat you mentioned. Yeah, exactly. Can you get chuck steak? I haven't looked. Everything's so expensive now. I haven't really bought any beef. So the only beef I have is what I have in the freezer, and I've cut back on it. I haven't eaten hardly any. So I've been eating basically pork and chicken, and that's it. I may have to go shrimping or fishing. That'll be the next thing I do. Try to get some seafood. That's what I thought, but I never heard of picanha until a few weeks ago. Always eat some fat with your rabbit. Yes, deep fry it in beef tallow or lard. Pigs are great because pigs have a lot of fat, and pigs are all over the world, and they breed like crazy. It takes 3 years to get a few cows, you can get a whole bunch of pigs in one season. Pigs, they grow so much, they even have them wild in some places. We used to have them down here, wild pigs. So don't be afraid to eat the pig. Every good barbecue place down here always had like a pig. I actually have a concrete pig statue on the corner of my roof that came from the barbecue place that wasn't that far from here, which is now a shopping center. But that barbecue place always had beef and pork. And pork roasts are a big deal along with pork ribs. Okay. That's right, Kurt. Rick doesn't follow how others do. He, like myself, paves his way. That is correct. I go the way that works for me. Butchers don't all know. They assume the tri-tip, they are wrong. Okay. Minced beef and chuck steak. Corrects it on the side. Right? Remember when they had the oil well? They were pouring that crap in there. But I go down to the Keys. I mean, most of the shrimp here lives off the mangroves. I don't think, at least the last time I tested it, the amount of heavy metals was minimal. There was no detectable mercury, and I didn't detect any glycols or anything like that when we did the test. Now, next time I go shrimping, I'll be doing the test again and see if there's anything hidden. But so far, the shrimp that I've eaten seem to be fine. Today is a day. I'm defrosting 5 chicken drumsticks. I'll turn them heart attack drumsticks with bacon fat. Yummy. Yummy. I like it. Fried rat, yummy. I mean fried rabbit. I haven't eaten fried rat yet, but I may have to if the economy goes the way it is. If you buy meat or chicken, how important is the expiration date? Well, it's very important to me because if I can buy it on the expiration date, I can get them to mark it down up to 50%. So, but as soon as I buy meat that's close to the expiration date, I remove it from the package, I examine it, and then if I'm going to eat it, it goes in the refrigerator into a metal container, and if I'm going to store it, I'm going to put it into another freezer bag and throw it in the freezer. That's how I do it. When you buy meat, it's expired. Most of the time, it's fine. If you get it from the dumpster and you don't have to pay for it, I take all of it, I bring it home, I immediately throw it into the refrigerator or into the freezer to get it cold, and then once I get the time, I'll go ahead within the same day and pull it out of the package and examine it. So I will, unless, of course, it's obviously bad, in which case you're going to smell it. I'll leave it in the dumpster. If I grab the package and I hold it up to me and it smells bad, it goes right back in the dumpster. But if it seems okay, the meat doesn't look gray, if it still has a natural look to it, it could be a little on the brown side, that's okay. I'll bring it home. If the meat is no good, it's going to go right into the biogas digester along with the poop and the plant material, and it's going to be converted to gas. If it's marginal, I will boil it and I'll feed it to the ducks. And the ducks will love it. They love that. Love meat. Ducks love meat. Okay. Fricasseed rabbit. There you go. Reminds me of a Looney Tunes cartoon. That'll be nice. Yes. Mr. Rogers. Yes, I've heard that many times. I remember Mr. Rogers. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. A wonderful day to be neighborly. Would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Hello, neighbor. So imagine, I have a traffic light here too, so I could put one in there. Da 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 da. It's very similar. And I watched it when I was a kid. I used to like watching Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. So Mr. Rogers was not a carnivore. Mr. Rogers was actually vegetarian. And I believe he got cancer when he got older or something like that. But Fred Rogers did have, for many years, his show, and there were no scandals, and he was just basically a good person, and that was it. Quack for love, quack for peace. Duck devotion will never see. That's funny. You heathen. How to slice picanha. There we go. All right. Okay. Grew up on rabbit and squirrel. Mom always had that with taters and gravy and biscuits too. Rabbit and squirrel. Well, hey, it's free meat, right? I've had a lot of squirrel. I need to go to my friend's place and go squirrel shooting at the avocado grove. Have some delicious squirrel. Delicious fried squirrel. Keep churning the soil. Yep, that's it. I grew up in rabbit and chicken. There you go. You should go work for Mr. X. Interesting. I wonder who Mr. X is. That's it. You must be talking about Elon, but duckies are cute. I feed them all at the lake. Of course they're cute. That's what they're there for. Duckies are awesome. It's based on the Mr. Rogers song. It's good to be curious. I have to remember that one. Huh. I don't remember that one. It's been a while. Yeah, right? A fishing video of a duck coming up to my boat. I fed it pieces of egg. See, they like meat. Ducks will eat anything. You can grow ideas in your garden of your mind. There we go. And remember, I used to have that little train set with the neighborhood trolley. Ding, ding, ding. I had a train set when I was a kid, too. Yeah, X is Elon. Okay. But, yeah, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. What was it, Saturday Night Live? I think Eddie Murphy, he did a parody of Mr. Rogers. He called it Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood. I don't know if anybody remembers that. But I thought about doing Mr. Rick's Neighborhood or Mr. Rodriguez's Neighborhood. And then something like crazy with yard full of junk, like Sanford & Son. My house looks like Sanford & Son's house. I don't own a sweater because it's too hot around here. You're lucky to see me with the shirt on because half the time I don't have one on because it's just way too hot around here. But that's okay. X marks the spot. Yes, it does. Duck bills look almost like potato chips to me. All right. Duck skin is crunchy like a potato chip. I may go fishing today or tomorrow. Line on a stick. There you go. Oh, buried treasure, anyone? It's true. Rick, as intelligent as you are, would you take a job working for Elon Musk? Elon Musk would never hire me because I'm a quack. And Elon is just not, it wouldn't happen. But if he offered me a job, I'd take it. But he'll never hire me. That's just the way it is. Nobody that would ever pay me well would hire me because that's just the way my luck works. I remember that, Rick. Okay. My mind has weeds in it. Rick would get paid well. The other problem is I couldn't take all the BS. Elon lies to people all the time about robo-taxis and going to Mars and all that, which is impossible. Now, on the other hand, I think his Starlink internet is pure genius. I really like that. The fact that, you have all that money, you can launch all those satellites, and then you can distribute internet all over the world. That's something I thought about 30 years ago when the internet first started. If you could have a wireless internet connection. And I'm not against the Tesla cars, and believe it or not, I actually don't hate the Cybertruck. I kind of like it. That's just me. The stainless steel version of it, there's one down the street. I don't think it looks bad. What I don't like about it is it's computer controlled and all that. But I even thought about building a reproduction of the 1969 Dodge Charger, but making it electric. That way you wouldn't have to have any government emissions. So I thought about building a exact replica, 1969 Charger, exactly the same car. Now, if you want to make it out of aluminum, okay, that's fine. But it's got to have the exact same fittings. It's got to have metal bumpers. We can make it out of aluminum and then chrome plate it like BMW used to do. And it would be electric. It would have probably dual motor at least, and I don't know how many kilowatts, but it would be something that would be extremely fast, and it would have that old look to it. But that would be what I would do. But unfortunately, and it could be a 68 or 70, which is basically the same car with a different grille and taillight. But yeah, that's what I would do. So I'm not against Elon. The problem is Elon basically lives on hype. And it's like his tunneling company. I said that would be a bomb. And everything I predicted about Elon's failures has come true because he gives people false hope. But on the other hand, I like some of his ideas. I don't hate the guy. I actually think he's kind of interesting. I don't know if he has Asperger's or what it is that makes him speak a certain way. I think there's something endearing about that. So I have mixed feelings about Elon. I don't call him a scammer, even though he lies to people all the time. He actually does have a business. But I think most of his money comes from government contracts. He has SpaceX. And SpaceX is another one of those businesses that I kind of like. I like the idea of having somebody competing with NASA. I think that's pretty good. So again, I'm not against Teslas. I don't mind. I mean, I've done a lot of electrical hookups for Tesla owners. I have several friends that have Teslas. And some of those roadsters that they built were extremely fast. Even before Elon owned the company, the whole Tesla idea was to make electric cars fun and interesting. So, yeah. And even though Teslas are kind of crappy with their computer software, I would rather see somebody buy a Tesla than buy a Kia. You know, I'm not saying Korean cars are junk, but have you ever seen when somebody gets hit in a Kia? They're dead. I have a friend that got into an accident in a Tesla, got hit by a pickup truck, and guess what? He walked away without a scratch in a Tesla Model S. So Teslas are heavy, and I think that in some ways they're good. I wouldn't own one because I prefer my 69 Charger, but if you live in a city, what is it, the Model 3, the cheap Tesla? They're all over the place. Go to downtown Miami, they're everywhere. But, you know, but let's put it this way. They're never going to build a colony on Mars. It's impossible. They could barely build a colony on the moon. And robo-taxis are not going to happen in our lifetime. So forget about that. And digging tunnels is a great idea, but it's nothing revolutionary. And that's really it. And other than SpaceX and Starlink, I guess Elon is really good in Earth orbit. So anytime that Elon does something in the orbit of the Earth, he's a success. Everything else, it's a mixed bag. But Elon's never going to hire me. But if he did, yeah, I'd work for him. I don't have a problem with that. All right, let me go back to the comments. Comments are coming in strong. We're down to, it looks like 56. But we get to 60. We never get to 100. I don't know if we'll ever get to 100. I hope we do one of these days. All right, let's see. And the comments have gotten away from me again. Would you take in ducks and iguanas? I would. I would love to, but I'd have to have a place to put all those ducks and iguanas. So ducks will bite too. Yes. Feeding corn curls 5 minutes. I've been bitten by ducks. They never made my finger bleed. I used to stick my finger into the duck's mouth and try to get them to bite me, but they would always try to fly away. I've had ducks attack me. I grab them in the air and I ruffle up their feathers to play with them, and they get mad, but then they run away from me, and then all the ducks run away from me. But ducks will bite. I think ducks are so funny. I had a friend, he got bitten in the nuts by a goose. That was the funniest thing ever. We used to have a farm not that far from here, and they had geese. They had cattle and geese. And we went in there, and the geese were getting aggressive, so he thought it'd be funny to grab one of the geese, and a goose came up and went right in the nuts. Ow! Duckbills look like Pringles. They kind of do, actually. I wonder what gecko tastes like. They're so small, probably tastes like iguana. There's geckos around here. Wild animals, yeah, they can be. They can be brave and fearless. I just bought a Powerball ticket. The prize is $1 billion. Well, if you win it, let us know. We would be very happy to see you win. You probably won't, but we'll see. Maybe you should have a Power Bowl instead. Beef and eggs. Of course, you might have to win the lottery to have that, so I guess that would work. All right. Or the getaway. Good morning, Rick. Good morning, Anonymous. Good luck, Papa Carnivore. If you win, remember me. There you go. The process of eliminating emissions. BS, that's what we need. Huh. Eliminating emissions. That's impossible. The EPA can never eliminate emissions. What about all the vegans that fart? What are you going to do? Put a cork in all the vegans' rear end And then when they go to the toilet, you have to have a, like on the gas pump where they had that thing that would suck the vapor out. Remember when they had that thing? It looked like an elephant's trunk, and you'd put it up against your car, and it had this suction pump that would suck all the gas vapor out. So I guess they'll have to put that in a vegan toilet. When you sit on the rear end, the toilet will have a seal on it, and then you'll go, and it'll be sucking all the methane out. You have a cork in your rear end, you're sitting there, ooh, and it's bulging out. I got to fart. You go to the bathroom, sit on the toilet. I don't know what you do about all the vegan burps, though. I guess you'd have to wear a mask. Oh, that'd make a good parody video. Rick, would it be faster than the Plaid? It would if I designed my 69 Charger electric reproduction. Hopefully use some new technology batteries, high-end electric motors. The thing would be so fast, it'd be scary. Now, I would have to change the look of the car a little bit. You wouldn't be able to run on the 14x7 polyglass tires anymore. You'd have to have bigger tires, and because of the brakes, you'd have to have bigger wheels, which isn't great. So you'd have to have a lower profile tire. But then again, I would simply design the rims to look exactly like the old metal stamped out, spoke center wheels. It would be a nice car. It'd be like something I would buy. Go out there, you can have your original Charger with the gasoline engine, or you could have the new electric version. Or you might even have one that's wood gas powered. That's an interesting thing. But no, the electric car would be perfect. And then it would be totally silent. You're driving through traffic. You're running with that ice cold air conditioning, which is a must in any Rick design car. Got to have super cold air conditioning. And then you see the guy with the Lamborghini, the 20-something that made a bunch of money in crypto crap and is selling some fitness program to all the other idiots who send him money. So he's in there, showing off his steroid pump muscles, and he's got his ditzy girlfriend. And he looks at the old guy with the Charger and laughs like, look at that skinny quack. I'm going to pass him up. He hits the gas in the Lamborghini, and the Charger goes, whoop, so fast, doesn't even know what happened. And then, of course, Rick's Charger also has the radar detector and secret jammer system, and he knows about the speed trap right around the corner by the turnpike. So instantly it goes into regen mode, and it slows down to 40 miles an hour, and the Lamborghini goes whew, right past. Next thing you know, woo, 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 there goes the highway patrol, and Rick drives by extra slow and looks and like, you just got ricked. That's right. And you got Rick rolled because I roll by. Oh, you get your nice little paperwork from the government. Absolutely. And how do I know that's actually happened to me with my regular Charger? A guy with a Ferrari. He was determined to show me who's boss. And I actually got in front of him for a little bit. But then he passed me. And the highway patrol was waiting right there by the entrance to the 874. And he got whacked. And I drove by, chugging along in my rusted out Charger, getting a really good laugh. Hey, if you don't have fun, what good is life, right? It's no good without fun. If you win, what do? There you go. The odds are almost zero. You have a better chance of being hit by lightning, especially if you ride a bike like I do in a thunderstorm. Okay, what do you got to play to win right? And actually, I did try once because I hated my life so much. I figured I'm not going to take my own life. I'm going to go out in a thunderstorm on my bicycle because my parents had driven me nuts one day. So I went out in the nastiest thunderstorm you could ever imagine. I got on my bicycle. I went out there. Lightning, thunder, boom, bang, boom, whatever. And it was really funny because I kept on riding into the storm. And all of a sudden, it just stopped raining. Like, what in the world is that? And I got over there. I was by Sunset Drive. And I looked up. It's like, it doesn't make sense. It stopped raining. It was all cloudy. And there was this one little, opening in the storm. And you could actually see sideways. There was sunlight over there. I thought, how strange. I went out there trying to get hit by lightning, and I ended up in a dead zone, and it hadn't even rained there. That is the funny thing. I got over there. It's right there by the canal. It was totally dry. To the south of me, you could see the rain. And all around, you could see the rain. I was like in nothing. So I thought, okay, I'm going to go back home through the storm. And I went back, started raining hard again, got all the lightning and whatever, went back to the house, and it was still raining. And of course, my mom, she was in panic mode. You're okay? Yes, I'm fine. So I got mad. So what happened? I said, I rode over there, I went to Sunset, and the rain stopped. What do you mean the rain stopped? The rain stopped. The sun was out. How weird is that? I went back through the rain. And then the funny thing was, this was when I was trying to argue with my mom, all of a sudden, the rain stopped and the sun came out. I thought, how weird is that? You know? Oh, well. Anyway, just a little reminiscing there. If you buy a vintage, buy a vintage, reliable car, there you go. But if you own a vintage car, learn how to fix it, because most mechanics can't figure it out. I've had to fix a lot of antique cars that have been through certified mechanics that can't find the problem. And I found the problem like that. Anybody that has a Mopar, old 60s, 70s Mopar, I know every problem because I've had every problem myself. Nothing teaches like experience. Yeah, for sure. There you go. Son just paid $60K for my granddaughter's Tesla. So crazy. Huh. Okay. So I guess people buy their kids a car. Nobody ever bought me a car. My first car was like $75 or whatever it was. No Bentley for me. That's a piece of garbage. I wouldn't drive that piece of crap if you paid me. Oregon put electric motors in a Pinto. Took track record for 4 years. It was like 4 years, almost unbeatable. Well, Pintos are light, but I can tell you one thing. Without the gas tank, they're pretty safe, I guess. Can't catch fire with no gas. Well, I guess you could with the batteries, but different story. I'd rather 70 charge. Well, 70 is almost the same as 69. Living on a prayer. There's tons of H3 on the other side of the moon. Okay. Never say never. Contest or who owns Luna? Yeah, right? Huh. So what are they going to do with that? They're going to try to make water out of it? Or they just want more of that deuterium? Brian is a Pinto. Like beans. I know it's an old car. Yeah, right? To ducks, Rick is a wild monkey. I love the most. Yeah. Shoot guns. Have some chickens to get fresh eggs. Maybe a small garden for these for fresh herbs. There you go. Okay. I don't have nuts, but getting bit by a goose is definitely cringeworthy. Yep. Very intelligent, right? Buy a girlfriend. You don't want to do that. You'd rather just burn the money. Buying a girlfriend is the worst thing you can do. Okay. Good night, everyone. Good night, Annabella. Glad you were here. See you next time. There is a very worthwhile channel called The China Show. Yeah, I've seen that. Lived there for a decade. I think, what is that channel called? I'm trying to remember. Those guys, they do have other videos. And the comments have really cranked up. Even though it looks like we only have 50 people watching now. Maybe the best idea of all. Diesel deletes are on the way. Yes, they are. They've been around for a while. All right. I'll never catch up now. Does compete with all this on Sunday. Yes. Got to go buy dog food before I fire up the smoker. Do my pork belly. Okay. I'm going to try to cut this off so that our friend can do her live stream. So I have stuff to do anyway. I got a yard full of lights to take apart. I got Winn-Dixie to go to. I got food to cook. So very wealthy. Looking for a beautiful woman. I got 10 million guaranteed prenup. She just stays with me and is nice. Okay. Well, if you do win the money, Peter, see if you can find the kind of girlfriend that I like, and then that'll be great. See you later. So funny, yes. Are you saving regenerative braking? Yeah, of course. I would have it in my 1969 Charger replica. Absolutely. You'll meet the right one. I mean, they can replicate a lot of things. They've replicated this. Why can't they replicate an old car? I could do it. I'd replicate everything. I want to market all kinds of stuff. I'd like to remake my famous Celatec ceiling tiles and bring that back so you can have your new hushed tone ceiling in your home. And you can listen to your new music that sounds like the 1950s, and you can have the new version of Sing Along with Mitch Miller. And your home would be so cheap, it'd be like it was in the 1960s. You could buy a house for $7,500. I guess today that'd be a, what, $75,000 house? Let's bring all that back. We can do it. But all we got to do is get rid of the parasite bankers. If we get rid of the parasite bankers by not going into debt or just eliminating them altogether, then we can make that happen because the technology is there. The technology makes our lives better. The problem is the parasites, they use the technology to try to control us. And that's when our life goes downhill. The more that we're controlled by the parasites, the worse we do. But if we eliminate the parasites, our life gets a lot better. There you go. Make sure she has a hot sister. Well, there you are. I keep picking the wrong women. Well, Peter, you know what kind of gal I like. No more Russian women for me, that's for sure. I agree. You don't need the culture difference. That is a problem. Okay. Good to know. Sunday is in my future. All right. Okay. Thomas, you feeling any better? All right. Doing stuff in the rain is so fun. Yes, it is. Especially when you're trying to get hit by lightning and you don't, which is good. When you get really frustrated, that's the time when you kind of lose your fear, and it is interesting. Take some Advil. We're making a land bridge across Thailand. Huh. All right. A flash hailstorm is yeah, right? True in her loss. She may want you back. You never know, but say no. There you go. All right, let's see. You got those bullets bouncing all around you. Yep, the hailstorm. Should be done in 14 years. Okay, the bridge. China's Belt and Road. Okay. Some of their, Indonesia is making. Well, there you go. And Thomas say, do you think ducks would be confused if you approached them in a duck costume? I think they would still fly away. Because they'd be like, what is that big thing? If that's a duck, he's either going to try to mate with me or try to eat me. Right. Duck costume. Trying to stay with the changing times. There you go. Next week. Yeah, they want us driving those eggshell jokes for cars. Ha ha. Rick's girlfriend would look like Sean Baker with a wig. Yes, I am a Chafee girl. Well, a Chafee's not bad either. But, yeah, a girl that looks like Dr. Baker, that's blonde-haired, that's my girlfriend. That's what I want. That's the perfect girlfriend because nobody will mess with her, and she'll be a carnivore, and, it'll be great. I think that would be the best way, and then we could see who could run faster. When the iguanas come in the yard, who's going to sprint faster to get the iguana? As well as other conversations and actions. Yeah, right? Question. Do you get ants in the house? No, I don't. I get giant cockroaches, but I don't get ants in the house. In fact, I hardly even say ants outside. Ants don't seem to like living around here. I guess it's just the roaches that are the problem. They fly around. The roaches are 2 inches long. I've never had the itty-bitty roaches either. That's because I only eat meat, and meat never comes with those roaches. I just want another carnivore woman. I don't want to argue about my menu. That's it. Now, carnivore women might be like a cat trying to fight over your meat. So you'll have to be over there trying to tear the meat apart. All right. Some of those Slavic chicks are kind of cute, but heard they age poorly. Well, that's why you got to get the girl that looks like Sean Baker. That way they don't age poorly. They look the same. They may age a little bit, but they're still tough. I guess it depends on the stock value. Okay. I'm going out to the treadmill. My butt isn't liking the chair anymore. Good. What does that sound? I can barely see out my window with all these lights inside. I used to model Jill, and RE3 had some decent stuff going on. Not sure what that is, but whatever. Do you know why women outlive men in marriage? Because the man sees what time does to the woman and it just kills him. There you go. Hi again. Ah, Aaron's back. Awesome. There you are. I don't know if you're having a live later, but hey, I know Rockin' Keto Amy wants to have one at noon. So we'll try to wrap this up. You got your bags packed. Where are you going? Okay. Had to be something. You're always so funny, yeah. That would be funny at Rick, 6'6" driving the Eggmobile from Mario Brothers. Hi, sweetie. Carnivore women are the only ones worth spending time with. They are not so cray-cray. Exactly. I found a duck mask on Amazon, Rick. Check email later. Okay. Quack. Quack, quack. Muscovy duck. Oh, I caught up with the comments again. That's great. I don't want to be around a farty woman. Well, there you go. Well, that's the beauty of it. But yes, I see that we're talking about relationships here, and I have to admit that perfect for bike rides. Okay, maybe the ducks won't know that I'm coming. Actually, when they see the duck food, they get excited. When I reach out to them, then they kind of run away. Doing chores, going to listen a bit. Well, great. I'm glad you're here. We're going to try to wrap this up in a short time. In fact, where's my parking meter? Ah, here it is. Where'd it go? Oh, no. My parking meter is missing. What is this? Oh, there it is. Okay. So we'll go ahead and... All right. So we have to see how much time we have. So we'll put a quarter in the parking meter. And all right. We got about half an hour. I guess it's working. And what happens when the meter, we'll put the parking meter over here. There we go. All right. I have a lot of things to do. I need to make soap because I have no more soap to wash myself with. And I got to get some meat. And I'll probably go on a bike ride over there. I haven't been over there by the plant nursery. And there was some goats over there at the field. I wonder if they're still there. But the plant nursery, I've been trying to talk with the guy that's been working on the nursery. There's some avocado trees there I want to get my hands on that are just kind of growing on the ground. So before they clear out all the weeds, I'd like to get them because there's an avocado tree next door. We want Milton. He is a cutie. Meow. I don't understand why Milton avoids my live stream. He's on the bed sleeping. He is the cutest fur ball you've ever seen, stretched out, enjoying it. I think what it is, I put the air conditioner extra cold when I have the live stream, and I think what's happening is Milton, he just gets way too cold. And that's probably what it is. Okay, so let's see over here. We'll go up to the comments. Rickwing Duck is starting to assemble. There you go. One step closer. Me doing chores too. Your videos are so fun. Yes. Let's go attack the day. That is right. Sweetie, yes. Looks like a homemade bomb. No, that's a parking meter. Remember those? I'm sure you remember it. This is why Rick's on wanted posters all over New York. He's a cutie. Yes, he is. Watch out for Backman. He's packing now. Okay. I'm not sure what that refers to. All right. Aaron stole Milton. Milton is antisocial. Orbital, yes. Make sure you get enough. You don't want to get a ticket. Yeah, right. I actually have a meter outside by my truck that works. I have to put that in the video. Those things are kind of neat. All right. Still here? Yes, still here. You'll have to watch Movie Goats if you ever want to see Milton again. All right. Well, hey, if you want Milton, you can keep him if you want. But beware, when he gets angry, he turns into a little beast. This is Paradise having not work to do. Taking easy to are lyrics from an old cartoon that apply exactly to my cat. Well, you know, cats love to take it easy. That's probably why they live longer than dogs. Batman has embraced the Second Amendment. Look out. Okay. I think all of us have our own version of Second Amendment tools. I generally keep, I don't put that stuff on camera. There we go. And as that thing ticks away, I actually have somebody on the phone. Let me try something. Hello? Yes. Well, the link isn't working, so no one can hear you talk. Milton got a hold of it and he lost it. But I'll find it. I mean, I have to do this.
Anyway, I threatened to call and give you my address.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Just email. Okay. It's Z. Z like in zebra.
North American Hispanic style. You know that's where you got it.
Right. That's what I think.
Yeah. Okay. Now, my name has come out recently in lots of chat is Wendy Smith. Really hard to spell.
Yeah, right? Yep. Not here. Milton knocked that over too. Okay. Well, email me and then I will send it to you. Yes. My email is bobcatforhome@gmail.com. It's on my channel. Bobcat, the number 4, home@gmail.com. It's on my channel. If you look at About Me, it'll show the email address. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much. Bye. Well, you weren't able to hear the call unless I held the phone up to the microphone, but I will find the link, and I have another one. I actually have a homemade phone patch that integrates with the mixer, but the problem is I haven't had time between my work and all the scavenging I did. I got all these lights and everything. I got stuff piled up everywhere. I went through and I got a bunch of electrical goodies. In fact, whenever I hit the dumpster, I always save I start separating things out. I got some light switches. This is an original one from the 1950s. Look at that. I got these outlets. These are the Bryant and Hubble. I only like to use Hubble outlets in my house. They're very expensive, but This is what they used to use in the schools back then. I got these plates for the raceways that you put on the wall. They haven't made these in 30 years. And I got some fuse holders for the lights. I save all the little fittings. I even saved the wire nuts. And I have these keystone jacks, which they want like $5 for at the Home Depot. I just save the old ones, and that allows me to rewire my network. Look at this old pre-category 5. This is sort of, I think this is 10 base T. Look at this thing. I haven't seen these since the 1990s. I used to install them. So it's kind of nostalgic. So I do collect all kinds of stuff. And some of the outlets, they come in this ivory color. So you might, you have that decorator touch. Can't resist collecting. So I'm going to be busy. I got a whole load of junk in the back of my truck I need to strip. Because a lot of this stuff, it all comes tangled up and thrown away. And then basically, that's it. All right. Tick, 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 tick. It's ticking away. Is it going to go boom? No. Hello and congratulations. Right? I was surprised that I caught it because, see, the phone is over here. You've probably seen my setup. Let me go back to the other view. And the phone is over here. And I saw the light blinking. So how would I know that? My eyesight is really good. My dad had very low side vision. I put my hand over here. I can see it move. I can see the fingers move, but I can't count how many fingers I have. But I can see it. So when I turned my head like that, I saw the light flashing, and that was it. Because the ringer is disabled, because I didn't have the phone patch connected. But I will have it fixed by next time. All right. Yep. I also want to call you on the live. Don't know the number. I put it up normally whenever I have the live. And when I have it working again next week, I will put it up. Okay. They want you to wire money first to get the prize, which means it's not for real. Okay. Please do a video on finding chicken and meat in the dumpster and how you wash and eat it. Well, I'll do that the next time that I find some meat. Simply eats it with his bare hands. Okay. Yep. Great stream. Hey, I do my best. I'm not popular like some of the other channels, but I do my best. And I do catch up, which is a good thing. And as you can see, we still have time left. Look at that. All right. And Jamette says, Rick is such a caveman. We love it. Well, I'm glad you do. I think most people would run away from me. That's why I don't have a girlfriend. Okay. Yep. No place to put this. What is that? Oh, come on. I'll tell you what. We'll just put you over here. There we go. Look at that. We're ready to go. When that thing pops up, we know that the time has ended. Anyway, let's see. Rick's cell and number is pinned on more than one live. Collect it and use it at your leisure. Yes, you can call me at any time. You don't wash it. Okay, what is that? I mean, yeah, whatever. Okay. In a while, I'm going to look at the old neighborhood to look at the memorial that is on the sidewalk where a woman jumped off a bridge onto the freeway down below. I'm wondering if I knew her. Probably not. Okay. Whatever that is, I'm not sure, but hey, that'll work. Now, anyway, what is everybody planning to do for the rest of their weekend? Are you going to go outside to get some exercise? Now, I'm looking outside. I see it's starting to get darker, so it's probably getting ready to rain. But if it doesn't rain, I'm going to change my clothes. I'm going to put on my homeless clothes, and I'm going to go down to the Winn-Dixie. So I'll get this. Now, I've had people actually give me money because they figure that I'm homeless. Here's my shirt, and as you can see, it's got a hole in it. right here. See right there? This was from when I hit the coconut tree on the bicycle, and it got ripped. So I got this part of it that's ripped, and the pants, well, that's also ripped too. So as you can see, you pick the dumpster, and people look at you like, man, you're pretty much done. Anyway, okay. So, he doesn't know it, but Rick's teaching me how to live in Thailand. Okay. Yeah, it's sad somebody jumped onto the road, but 55, homeless, no teeth, lost all her kids over the decades at young ages. I couldn't help her. That's usually, homeless people are generally either drug addicts or mentally ill. And the United States and most parts of the world don't take care of people very well. They treat the mentally ill terrible. And the system is designed for exploitation. So once people fall into the drug trap, that's it. But think about it this way. There are people that are using food as a drug. They're eating junk food. They treat the food like if it's a drug. And that may be one of the reasons why people are actually addicted and they're getting sick for no reason. So that's fine. And Carnivore Keith says, I'm going to jam at a fair in a few hours. Then Sunday is a cookout at the Drummers and Crazy Karaoke Night. My friend actually called me yesterday to ask me if he would come to their cookout on Sunday. So I will also be having a cookout starting at about 4 Sunday afternoon. So that's great. You know, my friends actually do invite me. I do have friends. I'm not a complete, hermit. I live by myself, but I work around a lot of people, and I'm always busy, so I'm not by myself. So sad, so many homeless. Around here, the homeless live in hiding. They live in the parking lot. There's people camped out at the shopping center over there by the gym. A lot of homeless people hang out around the gym because it's a place where they can get a shower. They just belong to the gym, and then that's it. And the supermarket's over there. So there's a lot of homeless hanging out. They've had a couple of stabbings and a shooting over there, and they cleared them out, but they're still there. So it's a very common thing. Working tomorrow, extra shift, pays double because it's Sunday. Well, there you go. Do you throw your clothes to Milton to repair? No, but Milton is good at ripping things apart, that's for sure. I'll sleep it all off. Yep. There you go. Going to a boot fair. That a place where they sell boots? Grocery shopping. Take advantage of the cheap electricity cost by doing tons of laundry. Boxer last night recommended. Okay. Great. The sun came back out. All right. So there's probably a little bit more sunlight left before the storms start coming. Well, that's good. And the thing is ticking away. I don't know when it's going to pop up. It'll pop up eventually. Okay. Now, let's check out some of the other things here. All right, let me go back over here and let me go back to YouTube. All right. Why is it not coming up? Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Kerry's been making a lot of videos. I guess he's trying to get the marketing out there for the movie. So good for him. I hope he's already got 1,400 views an hour ago. His blood work. I'm sure if I ever went to a doctor and had blood work that people would probably watch that so they could predict when I'm going to have my heart attack. Oh, and I see Aaron is back. Meetup. He's been kind of scarce. He used to be active, and then he just sort of withdrew. I don't know what happened. I don't know if the duck food got him or what. But let me see. Where's Amy's thing here? Okay. It's weird. Oh, Mitch has put up a video. That's good. Excellent. So after you get through with me, you can always watch Mitch and get some real information. Oh no, this idiot vegan guy. What a lazy health. This guy is just so aggravating. Shane Snake Oil Sterling. I mean, look at this. You're not going to build a body like that eating this. He's got to be on some kind of hormone or whatever. I don't know what the thing's doing. This is getting out of hand. This is one of the ranching channels I watch. The beef is out of control. Anyway, let's see what we can do here. All right. Let me double check. Okay. Why is it not coming up? What is this? Okay, here we go. Ugh. The computer's driving me crazy. What is this? There we go. Okay. So I guess she's already having her live. Oh, no, she's not. Let's see. All right. Next Carnivore Avenger. So that'll be... When is that? That's in about 5 or 6 minutes. So we'll let you go there if you like. That'll be great. So yeah, she is having a live. That's fantastic. So let's, in the meantime, let's go back and let's wrap up the Rick live stream where the quacks all come on Saturday morning. All right. So what do we have here? There is an audio delay. Yeah, that's probably when we had the phone call. I'd rather sleep, but I have to get to work because I got myself a cat. There you go. Random people in a field selling random stuff. I'm not popular enough to show up in feeds. All right. Well, I showed there anyway. The car boots. Okay, so it's like the boot thing is like selling out of the car. It's like a flea market on the side of the road. That makes sense. I keep forgetting that over there in the UK they call the trunk the boot. And I thought maybe, it was like a cartoon where Tom gets thrown out by Mammy and they call Puss Gets the Boot. It's kicked out. Let's see. Aggravating is funny. Yes, it can be. I love cats. Even saw Cats on Broadway. All right. You're so cool in your videos. Aaron's video is about the Healing Humanity meetup he just went to. Okay. Huh. All right. See everyone later. Well, thanks, Thomas. Glad you were here. I'll catch you again. I'm sure you'll be doing a live very soon. I have Cats with GoPro. They have a camera on their cat's collar, and he goes about his cat business on a farm, stalking, fighting, eating mice. So there you are. Amy, I like the interview with Rick and your shorts. They are so cool. Well, that's great. I thought maybe the interview with Rick would scare everybody away, but hey, that's great. People are still asking to interview me, so that's kind of a miracle. I figured by now they would definitely have given up on that. So anyway, time to say bye. Yes. Okay. Now, let me see if my sound effects still work. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. All right, we got... Why do I hear a car outside? Hopefully by next week I'll have all these lights put away and I'll be able to see out my window again. All right, so let's see. Where is the music? It's not here, is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. here somewhere. Okay. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Anyway. Okay, so that works. All right. Let me move this around. Let's see if we can wrap up some of these comments. And right here. This has been great. Whoops. Thanks for the meeting. Thanks, Rick and everybody. Well, thank you, Paula, for being here. I'm glad you were here. The parking meter hasn't run out yet, so we're not getting a ticket yet. Yes, Rick, we'll have to come back on. Yes, Rick is always here when you need him. My brother and nephews are here. We're going to help my dad with yard work. Taking a little break now. Excellent. Tuesday at 7 p.m. with Amy. You also. So many cat videos on YouTube and millions of views. Meow. Good to meet you. Yes. Again, I hope we get more and more people coming here because that's what I want to see. I want to see more people join in and check out the Quack Pack and realize there's not about selling anything. It's all about enjoying our lives and spreading the message. And then maybe what we can do, we can help with the supply side of it and meet people that are actually in the business and the ability to produce this stuff. Okay. Bye, Rick and friends. Hopefully see you Tuesday on Russ's channel. Yes, Russ should be back, and we'll have the keto cookout at 8:30 on Tuesday night. And if Russ is back, you know the Rick's going to be there because you can't put a good quack down. That's for sure. So, what's going on here? Oh, sounds like it's ready to go pink, and the little red flag pop up. So everyone have a great rest of the day. And let's see if the music will work. This is going to be the fun part. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Come on, I know you're there. Yes, there we are. Okay, that works. I don't know if you can still hear me. I guess you can. All right, let's see. There we go. We'll get the money and the women on the back end, right, Rick? Well, I guess. Bye, guys. Yep, Russ. That's great. There we are. This thing still hasn't popped up. It's crazy. Yep. That's right. There we go. That's right. I remember Brian Setzer? What I can't figure out is why hasn't the meter popped up? That's really weird. I guess the parking meter's broken. I guess we get free parking and we get to hang out here for hours and hours and hours. But we don't want to do that to Amy. We want to try to encourage you either go outside and live your life or check out her channel. And you can pop on that next if you want to. And again, we've had a really nice live at 8 with Rick. 9, 10, 11, 12, 4 hours. 4 hours of Rick is about all that you need. You don't need 12 hours. You don't need 8 hours. 4 hours is plenty. And I'm going to go, and I think what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to change my clothes to my homeless costume. I'm going to head over to Winn-Dixie with $10, which I think, yes, I have it right here. And I'll probably buy 2 of those pork shoulders that are on sale. Then I'm going to go home. and I'm going to cook it up. I'm going to eat that for lunch. And then probably what I'll do, if it's not pouring down rain, I'm going to take my screw gun and I'm going to go out there and take these light fixtures apart. But for some reason, I'm getting free time on the meter. I put in a quarter, should be only 15 minutes. That thing still hasn't popped up. Oh well. Where's my screw gun? Oh my goodness. Well, I seem to have lost it. Huh. Oh, it's not here. Where'd it go? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, here it is. All right. There we go. Let's see. So we got some flat screws, flat bits. Trash picked gun. And I'll be out there taking things apart. But it looks like the meter never popped up. So, oh well. Come on. What's wrong with you? Piece of junk. I think it needs calibration. That's what it is. Oh well. Screw it. I'll put it over here. Anyway. All right. So are we down in the comments? Did we finish all the comments here? I hope. Yes. No? There's still more comments. Okay, maybe that's why the meter hasn't popped up. All right. Stray Cat, yeah. Good band, yeah. That's from the YouTube music library. So the meter wants the live to keep going. It looks like it, doesn't it? Ain't nothing works around your house, Rick. You know, it's just one of them things. It will pop up eventually. Rick going full command. Thanks, Rick and friends. With my ratty bike and ratty clothes, if I was to dress nice, like I wore my suit or something, people would probably try to jack me for some money. But in this case, this is all the money I got. I got a quarter for the parking meter, and I got $10 for the meat. And that's it. So you ain't getting nothing else than that. And if you're unlucky, I might have this full of battery acid and give you a little squirt. And that's it. Or just break the thing over your head. Bam. That's one of my last ones. I don't want to break that one. All right. That's the movie title. Okay. Rick, I love your channel. It's interesting and fun. No drama. Thank you for that. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy my channel. It'll never be one of the popular ones, but it'll always be there for your entertainment. It's been raining all morning here in Dallas, so I'm glad you get some rain. Rick, give Milton a hug for me. Meow. I will. I don't know why he hasn't done that. It's not a disruptor, but it'll have to do. Rick, that parking meter is loose. Free parking over here. It's still ticking. Meter didn't pop up. Show must go on. Well, are you still live? So far, extra day to have fun this weekend, so don't waste it. Exactly. Don't forget, well, I'll probably be working, but for a lot of people, you're not going to work. And I did say I would shut the live stream off when the meter popped, but looks like the meter is stuck. So that might be one of those meters that was adjusted for extra parking. Or maybe full hobo command. No, I don't think that's a good idea. You know, you don't want your Muscovy duck eggs to be visible. That would be very bad. Now, if you have little pigeon eggs, you've been on the juice for a while, then maybe you're okay. Maybe you have quail eggs. But anyway, oh, that flows off your tongue. Well, there you go. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting day. And let's see. I guess, did she start hers? Let me see if she did. Maybe not. Okay. Aha! There it is.